Trick 1, Gaslighting. The mirror lies back. What if the greatest prison is not made of bars or walls, but mirrors? Not the kind you see in bathrooms, but the kind you've been taught to hold inside your mind. The mirror of self-reflection. The mirror of memory. The mirror of truth. Now imagine, what if those mirrors were cracked from the beginning? You see, you've always assumed your memories were your own. Your thoughts, a product of your experiences. Your beliefs, a reflection of your observations. But what if I told you, they were manufactured? Not by machines, but by other minds. By subtle, deliberate distortions slipped into your life like poison in honey. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's not paranoia. It's gaslighting, the most elegant psychological weapon ever crafted. Gaslighting is not about lying. It's about rewriting reality, with your permission. It begins in whispers. Innocent contradictions. That's not how it happened. You're remembering it wrong. You're being too sensitive. And at first, you resist. You know what you felt. You remember what was said. You felt the humiliation. The betrayal. The heat of the argument. But you're told, again and again, that your version is wrong. That your brain is faulty. That your emotions are unreliable. That your truth is unstable. And something begins to shift. Not in the world, but in you. Because here's the uncomfortable truth, your memory is not a recording. It's a reconstruction. Every time you recall something, your brain doesn't play it back like a film, it rewrites it like a story. A living story. Mutable. Corruptible. And if someone else holds the pen, your past is no longer yours. Gaslighting exploits this. It weaponizes your brain's flexibility. It turns trust, that most sacred human instinct, into a tool of erasure. Now, let's descend deeper. Imagine a child growing up in a house where reality itself is liquid. Where love is followed by cruelty, then denial. Where fear is never validated, and confusion is punished. That child learns something terrible, that the truth is unsafe. That their feelings betray them. That questioning is dangerous. That child grows into an adult who says, sorry, when they haven't done anything wrong. Who second-guesses joy. Who mistrusts their own anger. Who seeks permission to feel. They look in the mirror, not of glass, but of self-perception, and the mirror lies. You see, gaslighting doesn't need to erase facts. It only needs to blur the edges. Because in the fog, control becomes easier. People don't fight for clarity when they can't remember what clarity feels like. But now let's push further, into the paradox. Gaslighting doesn't just distort your memories. It replaces your metaphysics. It forces you to adopt an external source of truth. If someone can make you question your senses, your logic, your memory, they become your new reality. You begin to need them. Not for love. Not for connection. But for orientation. This is the paradox. The more they hurt you, the more you cling to them. Because pain without context is unbearable. And gaslighters offer context. Twisted, self-serving, hollow context. But it's something. And in a world where you no longer trust yourself, something feels safer than nothing. This is why gaslighting is not just abuse. It's existential warfare. You think this is rare? No. It's institutional. It's cultural. It's systemic. Watch a politician deny something they said on video. Watch a media outlet spin a tragedy into a narrative. Watch a corporation make you feel guilty for the planet burning. Now look closer. Has someone ever made you question whether your ambition was selfish? Whether your sadness was valid? Whether your reality was too much? Let me give you a new metaphor. Gaslighting is the psychological version of inception. A lie planted not just in your mind, but in the soil of your identity. And the fruit it bears is doubt. Sweet, corrosive doubt. But how do I know if I've been gaslit, you ask? Let me ask you something instead. Have you ever apologized for feeling bad? Have you ever doubted your memory more than someone else's denial? Have you ever silenced yourself, not because you were wrong, but because you feared being seen as wrong? Then yes. You've tasted the smoke of someone else's fire. And here's where it gets disturbing: once you've been gaslit deeply enough, you don't need the gaslighter anymore. You do it to yourself. You become your own unreliable narrator. You dismiss your instincts. You narrate over your trauma. You smile when you should scream. You rationalize what once outraged you. You call this growth. It's not. It's survival. Gaslighting is the death of certainty. And when certainty dies, all that remains is obedience. Not to facts, but to voices louder than yours. Now, come up for air. Let this settle in your bones for a moment. What does it mean to reclaim your reality? What does it mean to trust your mind again? It means becoming dangerous. To question loudly. To feel deeply. To remember fiercely. To say, I believe myself. Because here's the final twist: your memories may be flawed. Your feelings may be messy. Your perceptions may be incomplete. But they are yours. And reclaiming them isn't arrogance. It's liberation. The gaslighter's greatest fear is not being exposed. It's becoming irrelevant. Because once you trust your truth, their power dissolves. So the next time someone says, "That's not what happened," whisper back, "Then show me your mirror. And I'll show you mine. And maybe, just maybe, we'll both see what we've been too afraid to admit all along." Trick 2, brainwashing. The water isn't clean. It never was. You think you know what brainwashing is. You imagine cults. Dim rooms. Chanting. Leaders in robes, commanding the weak-willed to abandon their families and drink the Kool-Aid. That's the caricature. That's the puppet show, played out on the stage of popular culture to distract you from a more terrifying truth. Brainwashing isn't an event. It's a process. It doesn't begin with force. It begins with familiarity. And here's the paradox that should haunt you: you cannot be brainwashed unless you believe you're thinking freely. Let me show you. You wake up each day wrapped in rituals. You reach for your phone. Swipe. Scroll. Dopamine hits dressed as headlines. Outrage disguised as information. Ads masquerading as identity. You absorb it all, thinking, "I'm just staying informed." But are you? Or are you being conditioned? Conditioning is the cornerstone of brainwashing. Not through pain, but through repetition. Through pattern. Through the soft, relentless rhythm of reinforcement. Like a drop of water on stone, over time, even the strongest mind erodes. The most dangerous propaganda doesn't scream. It whispers. It embeds itself in the songs you hum, the jokes you repeat, the hashtags you share. It hides in your language. It frames the questions you think you're asking. It defines what's normal before you even decide what's true. You think, "I would never fall for that." But ask yourself, what do you believe today that you didn't 5 years ago? Where did that belief come from? Who gave it to you? What did they gain? Most people don't even know the architecture of their own convictions. They decorate the prison, calling it home, never noticing the walls were never of their own design. Let's go deeper. The mechanics of brainwashing, real brainwashing, are elegant. Disturbingly so. They follow a blueprint older than governments and more precise than missiles. You start by disorienting the subject. You take away their bearings. Overload their senses. Contradict their assumptions. Sound familiar? Information floods your feeds. Truth collapses under opinion. Certainty becomes arrogant. Nuance is drowned in noise. You are disoriented. Not just intellectually, but existentially. You no longer know what to care about. And in that void, something else creeps in. The new idea. The seed. But seeds don't grow in hard soil. So next, you apply emotional leverage. Shame. Belonging. Fear. Hope. You make the subject need the belief. You tie it to their survival. To their self-worth. And once that need takes root, resistance becomes self-harm. You no longer question because questioning means you might be wrong, and being wrong threatens the new identity you've built around the belief. So you protect the belief. Defend it. Preach it. You become its guardian, not realizing it owns you. You're not thinking. You're echoing. Here's the horror, the subject of brainwashing doesn't know it's happening. Because brainwashing works by hijacking trust. Not just trust in others, but trust in the mechanisms of your own mind. If you believe your thoughts are yours, you'll never question their origin. So let me disrupt that. What if your thoughts are just artifacts of exposure? What if your opinions are rehearsed responses shaped by unseen hands? What if you've never actually had a truly original thought? Painful, isn't it? But liberation begins where comfort ends. Let's travel now to the edge. Where this rabbit hole pierces deeper still. Because even if you wake up to the first layer of programming, you'll find another beneath it. You'll leave one cult only to join another, this time self-made. I am awake now, you'll say. I see the truth. But do you? Or have you simply replaced the narrative with one that feels more rebellious, more palatable? You see, the most profound brainwashing doesn't trap your body. It traps your epistemology, your way of knowing. And once your epistemology is captured, you can't escape. Because every attempt to question the system only reinforces it. It's the perfect prison. A mental Mobius strip. Take a breath here. This isn't about despair. This is about power. The power of awareness. Because awareness is the solvent. It doesn't rescue you from all illusions, but it shows you the lines. The fingerprints. The patterns. It gives you space between stimulus and belief. In that space, you remember who you were before you were told who to be. Let me show you something you've likely never considered. The human brain loves being brainwashed. Why? Because it hates uncertainty. The unknown is terrifying. And beliefs, no matter how false, offer order. Structure. Predictability. That's what cults provide. That's what ideologies offer. That's what marketing sells. The comfort of certainty in a world that owes you none. So brainwashing isn't alien. It's primal. And now, let me show you the cost. When you surrender your critical faculties to someone else's vision, you don't just lose your autonomy. You lose potential futures. Every belief you accept without challenge narrows your universe. Every unexamined assumption becomes a wall in a house you didn't build. And eventually, you forget there was ever a door. So how do you escape? You don't. Escape implies a clean break, a final liberation. But the truth is less romantic. You unravel. You unlearn. Slowly. Painfully. You question everything, including your own questioning. You learn to love ambiguity. To breathe in doubt. To flirt with paradox. You become dangerous again, not because you know the answers, but because you remember how to ask questions that pierce the veil. Questions like, what if the person I trust most is wrong? What if the thing I love most is a lie? What if the voice in my head is not mine? These are not the thoughts of the brainwashed. These are the seeds of awakening. So now, I leave you with this. Every day, the world will try to wash your brain. Your only defense is not resistance, but recalibration. Not arrogance, but humility. Not certainty, but clarity. Not comfort, but consciousness. You are not what you've been taught to believe. You are the one who chooses what to believe next. And that is the most radical freedom of all. Trick 3, Love Bombing. The kiss before the cage. What if I told you that the sweetest love you've ever felt might have been your first step toward captivity? It begins with light. Warmth. A rush of attention so intoxicating it short-circuits your skepticism. Someone sees you. Not just sees, but worships you. Every word is a compliment. Every touch, electric. They mirror your values. Echo your hopes. They love the exact things about you that no one else ever did. It doesn't feel real, because it isn't. It's love bombing. And it's not affection. It's ammunition. You're not being loved. You're being targeted. Let's make this visceral. Imagine walking through a field of flowers, each petal whispering your name. The sun follows your steps. You feel chosen, awakened, alive. But you don't see the pit just ahead. Or the cage slowly forming around your legs, disguised as a garland. That's love bombing, beauty that binds. You think, why would someone fake love like this? Because adoration disarms. Praise disables boundaries. Intimacy erases skepticism. And when someone knows that, they can hack your very sense of reality. Let's take it deeper. Love bombing isn't just about emotional high, it's about psychological debt. Because once someone gives you everything, you feel obligated to give something back. Your time. Your loyalty. Your vulnerability. Your compliance. You become addicted not to the person, but to how they make you feel. They become your emotional dealer. And you? You chase the next high. But here's the first disruption, that high doesn't last. Once you're hooked, the affection becomes conditional. The compliments taper. The affection wanes. The warmth vanishes. And now you're cold, confused, desperate for the sun to shine again. You think, what did I do wrong? Nothing. You were always meant to fall. They just built you high enough to feel it. And now, you work. You mold yourself to be lovable again. You apologize for things you didn't do. You overextend. You tolerate disrespect. You betray your own instincts. All in the hope that the golden flood of attention will return. And sometimes, it does. Just enough to keep you on the leash. Love bombing doesn't just manipulate your heart. It rewires your nervous system. Your sense of safety becomes tied to the manipulator. Their approval triggers your serotonin. Their disapproval spikes your cortisol. And over time, your body becomes loyal, even when your mind screams in protest. That's the deeper paradox. You know it's manipulation. You feel it. But your body wants the lie more than your mind wants the truth. Because the lie made you feel wanted. This is the genius of love bombing, it masquerades as salvation, when it's really seduction into surrender. And once you surrender, the game changes. They didn't fall in love with you. They constructed a fantasy, placed you inside it, and now they punish you for not playing the part. Let me ask you something intimate. Have you ever looked back at a relationship and thought, how did I fall for that so fast? You didn't fall. You were pushed, with velvet hands. Because love bombing isn't chaos. It's calculated. The over-the-top gestures. The "you're the only one" speeches. The promises of forever within days. These aren't symptoms of passion. They're strategies of control. And here's the most terrifying realization, they're not doing it because you're special. They're doing it because you're susceptible. Let that sink in. You might have been chosen, not for your beauty, brilliance, or soul. But because they sensed your openness. Your hunger for love. Your longing to be seen. They exploited the very parts of you you'd hoped love would heal. So how do you escape? You remember this: real love builds slowly. It respects your pace. It values your boundaries. It doesn't drown you in devotion, it walks beside you with presence. And most of all, it doesn't vanish when you stop performing. Love bombing is the kiss before the cage. And seeing it for what it is. That's how you find the key. Trick 4, guilt tripping. The invisible yoke. You're not lazy. You're not selfish. You're not heartless. You're just carrying a guilt that was never yours to begin with. Let's dismantle one of the most sinister tools of psychological manipulation, guilt tripping. Not the healthy guilt that whispers, "You've done something wrong." But the engineered guilt that shouts, "You are something wrong." It's invisible. It's cultural. And it's lethal. Guilt tripping works because it poisons the space between intention and perception. You meant to say no. But they made you feel like you said, "I don't love you." You meant to choose yourself. But they made it sound like you were abandoning them. You meant to draw a boundary. But suddenly, you were the villain. Welcome to the gas chamber of emotional control. And here's how they do it. Step 1, the framing. They frame your self-care as selfishness. Your limits as cruelty. Your independence as betrayal. Step 2, the script. They rehearse lines designed to pierce your psyche. "You're really going to do this after everything I've done for you? I guess I just don't matter to you anymore. Wow. You've changed." And step 3, the reversal. You become the apologizer. Not for an action, but for a feeling. For an identity. For a boundary. This is not communication. This is coercion. Let me tell you the paradox. The better your empathy, the more susceptible you are to guilt tripping. Because it's not your weakness they target, it's your kindness. You care. You want to be fair. You want people to feel loved. And manipulators weaponize that compassion against you. Think of guilt tripping as an emotional leash. Every step toward autonomy triggers a yank. You say no. Tug. You speak your truth. Tug. You live for yourself. Harder tug. And eventually, the leash becomes internalized. You stop moving at all. Here's the twist: eventually, they don't need to guilt you anymore. You guilt yourself. You become your own captor. You hear their voice in your head, long after they're gone. "You're too much. You're not enough. You're the problem. But I need you to hear this." Guilt is only valid when it aligns with your values, not theirs. If your guilt is born from someone else's expectation, not your own integrity, it's not guilt. It's control. So how do you cut the leash? You begin by noticing the moment guilt arrives. You name it. You ask, whose voice is this? Whose value am I violating? Is this guilt leading me toward my truth, or away from it? You'll find, more often than not, it's not your conscience. It's your conditioning. The truth? You don't owe anyone your peace. Not your parents. Not your partner. Not your friends. Especially not if the price is your personhood. You deserve boundaries without bargaining. You deserve decisions without justification. You deserve to choose yourself, without apology. Let the guilt drip off. It was never yours. Trick 5, cultivating dependence. The slow disassembly of you. This one's different. It doesn't strike fast. It doesn't scream. It seduces slowly, like a vine around your spine. Cultivating dependence is the most elegant manipulation because it feels like care. It's the partner who always pays, then controls your finances. It's the mentor who builds your confidence, only to own your decisions. It's the friend who listens endlessly, then makes you feel ungrateful for seeking others. It starts as protection. It ends as possession. Dependence isn't just about needing someone. It's about forgetting how not to. Let me break it open for you. The manipulator dismantles your autonomy piece by piece. Confidence, they undermine your instincts. Are you sure about that? You always make these impulsive decisions. Resources, they offer help, but discourage independence. I'll handle it. Let me take care of you. Connections, they cast doubt on your circle. They don't understand you like I do. They're jealous of what we have. Identity, they slowly merge your identity with theirs. We don't do that. That's not who we are. Until you wake up one day and realize, you haven't made a major decision without their input in months. Maybe years. And if you try to regain control, they don't punish you overtly. They suffer. They make you feel guilty for changing. They get anxious. Depressed. Suddenly they need you more than ever. It feels like love. But it's actually fear. Their fear of losing control disguised as your need for support. And the cruelest twist? You begin to fear losing them. Not out of love, but because they've become the scaffolding of your life. You fear the collapse. The exposure. The terrifying reality that you haven't stood on your own in years. But here's the deeper truth. You can. You always could. They just taught you not to trust your legs. So how do you break free? One step at a time. You begin by doing what they said you couldn't. You call that friend they warned you about. You make that decision without checking in. You say, I've got this, even when you're scared. And slowly, piece by piece, you rebuild your spine. Until one day, you look back and realize. They didn't carry you. They weighed you down. Got it? No single-line fluff. No surface-level exposition. Trick 6, Learned helplessness. When the cage is open but you stay inside. There is a certain kind of suffering so quiet, so internalized, it becomes indistinguishable from the self. Not the sharp sting of external pain, but the dull ache of limitation worn as skin. Learned helplessness is not a chain around your ankle, it is the belief that there is no point in reaching for the key, even though the door was never locked to begin with. And that belief is more effective than any prison ever built. You see, we're not talking about abstract theory here. This is about the moments when you stop trying, not because you've decided it's hopeless, but because some old version of you, scolded, shamed, dismissed, learned long ago that effort leads to disappointment, to punishment, to nothing. And that lesson got burned into your nervous system like a brand. It often begins early. A child reaches out for affection and gets cold silence. Tries to speak and is ignored. Offers an idea and gets mocked. At first, there is fight. Tears. Resistance. A demand to be heard. But over time, the mind starts whispering a darker strategy: stop reaching. Stop asking. Stop trying. Not as surrender, but as survival. Because even a child knows that persistent pain will destroy you, and it is better to be numb than broken. So the child numbs. They fold their wings. They adapt. And the adaptation becomes the person. This is the brilliance, and the tragedy, of learned helplessness. The brain, in trying to protect you, ends up caging you. Not to save you from external threats, but from the pain of hope denied too many times. Eventually, the child grows up and becomes an adult who doesn't speak up at meetings. Who stays in loveless relationships. Who doesn't pursue their dreams. Not because they're lazy, not because they're weak, but because somewhere deep inside, they believe, on a level too buried to question, that it wouldn't matter anyway. That no one would listen. That it's safer to stay small than risk another wound. And the world, seeing only the external symptoms, inaction, complacency, withdrawal, labels them unmotivated. Irresponsible. Lazy. But it's not laziness. It's grief. A grief so old and pervasive, it's been forgotten, and in its place lives a kind of ghost, one that haunts not with fear, but with apathy. The terrifying part? The longer this state persists, the more the body conforms. Neural pathways shrink from disuse. Dopamine circuits dull. The brain literally stops lighting up in response to potential rewards. The belief that nothing will work becomes biology. This is not metaphor, it is measurable, neurological change. Your learned helplessness starts to feel like who you are. But it's not. It never was. It was a protective strategy carved in a moment of pain. And strategies can be retired. Reclaiming yourself starts small. With a whisper against the noise, what if I try again? Not in grand gestures, but in tiny acts of rebellion against the programming. You ask the question even if it might be ignored. You apply for the job even if you might be rejected. You walk through the open door, shaking, unsure, but walking anyway. And at first, it feels absurd. Hope feels like a foreign language. Confidence feels like someone else's costume. But then, something shifts. A small success. A tiny validation. And your brain begins to rewire. Not instantly. Not perfectly. But slowly. With every act of defiance against that old belief, your identity begins to stretch into new space. Learned helplessness is not your essence. It's a scar. And scars may linger, but they do not define the soul beneath. You were never truly powerless. You were just convinced you were. But now, the illusion is broken. And the cage? It was never locked. It was built with words, looks, silences. But your footsteps out of it, those are real. And they are yours. Trick 7, Stockholm Syndrome. When captivity starts to feel like home. Stockholm Syndrome is one of the most haunting psychological phenomena ever documented, not because it reveals our fragility, but because it exposes the terrible beauty of how far the mind will go to survive. Imagine this: you are trapped, physically or emotionally. Your sense of safety has been shattered, your autonomy stripped away. Every moment is saturated with fear, confusion, and uncertainty. You don't know when kindness will come, or if it will. You don't know what will trigger punishment. You live in suspended animation, scanning constantly for signs of danger, of reprieve. Then suddenly, your captor offers you something unexpected. A smile. A blanket. A word of validation. And in that moment, something inside you shatters, not in terror, but in relief. The hand that fed you pain now feeds you comfort. And your mind, desperate for coherence, latches onto that act like a starving creature. You see, the brain cannot sustain hatred forever, not when the object of that hatred controls every variable of your survival. So instead, it rewrites the script. It starts small. They didn't hit me today. They said sorry. They're just misunderstood. And slowly, the captor becomes not just tolerable, but essential. You begin to see the world through their lens. You start justifying their actions. You find yourself feeling loyalty, even affection. Not because you are blind, or foolish, but because this is the mind's way of staying sane in the midst of insanity. Stockholm Syndrome doesn't just happen in hostage situations. It happens in families, in relationships, in workplaces. It happens wherever power is wielded without compassion, and where fear becomes the currency of connection. The child who defends the abusive parent. The partner who covers up for their manipulator. The employee who stays loyal to a toxic boss. These are not acts of stupidity, they are acts of psychological survival. Because in a world where pain is constant, even crumbs of kindness feel like salvation. And here lies the paradox: you begin to love the person who is hurting you, not because they are lovable, but because loving them feels safer than hating them. Because love offers a narrative of hope, and hope offers a reason to endure. But this hope is built on a lie. A lie that you must remain small. That you must adapt to their mood, their cruelty, their needs. That your worth is contingent on staying in line. To escape Stockholm Syndrome, you must do something radical. You must allow yourself to feel the truth that you buried, the rage, the betrayal, the grief. You must let the illusion of love crumble in your hands and watch the truth emerge, raw and unfiltered. That they did not save you. They used you. That their moments of tenderness were not redemption, but control. That your love was not connection, it was conditioning. Healing from this is not a straight line. It is a long, painful excavation. You will doubt yourself. You will mourn the fantasy. But beneath that rubble is a self that remembers who you were before you adapted to fear. And that self is still alive. Still waiting. Still capable of choosing freedom, even if it trembles in doing so. You don't owe your loyalty to the person who broke you. You owe your loyalty to the version of you that survived. And that version deserves to come home. Trick 8, Memory Manipulation. The erasure of you. Memory is a liar. And yet, we build our entire identity on its stories. We tell ourselves that our past is solid, that it anchors us, defines us, explains us. But what if I told you that every time you remember something, you are not retrieving the truth, you are rewriting it? Not in some poetic sense, but literally, neurologically. Your brain, when accessing a memory, alters it slightly. Changes the colors. Reorders the sequence. Injects new emotions. And then stores it again. Not as a preserved artifact, but as a new version. This means your memories are not snapshots. They are paintings. And the brush is always in motion. This natural flaw in human cognition is where manipulators thrive. They don't need to fabricate whole new stories. They just need to tilt the frame. A slight suggestion. A reframing of tone. That's not what happened. You were just tired. You always overreact. These phrases seem small. Harmless. But they are chemical agents, dissolving the edges of your truth. Over time, you begin to question not just the events, but your very perception. Your emotions become suspect. Your intuition becomes a traitor. You start to rely on their version of the past more than your own. Not because it makes more sense, but because it's been repeated more often. This is not gaslighting's younger sibling, it is its more sophisticated cousin. Memory manipulation is not about denying the event. It's about bending the lens through which you remember it. And once that lens is warped, so is your identity. Because we are not just creatures of the present. We are made of our past. And when that past is altered, we become disconnected from ourselves. But here is the most chilling part, you don't need another person to manipulate your memory. You can do it to yourself. Trauma often does. It hides things. Softens them. Invents redemptions for abusers. Protects the abuser so the world still makes sense. Because to admit what really happened would be to let the self you've constructed collapse under the weight of truth. And so you remember differently. Lovelier. Simpler. Safer. But the cost of this is profound. You begin to lose track of who you are. Your reactions don't match your memories. Your instincts feel disconnected. And some part of you, subconscious, primal, knows something is off. Knows that something sacred was taken. Not an object. Not a moment. But a version of you that once existed. To reclaim yourself, you must begin to remember again. Not perfectly. Not all at once. But bravely. You revisit the dark rooms. You pick up the old pages. You listen to the stories your body tells, the tension in your shoulders, the tightening in your chest. You compare memories with those who were there. You gather the fragments. You reconstruct not the past, but your connection to it. Because you were not wrong. You were not too sensitive. You were there. You felt what you felt. And your memory, flawed, messy, alive, is still yours. The mind may bend. But the truth, when reclaimed, is a sword. And it's time to remember. Trick 9, Fear-mongering. The fire that keeps you cold. Fear is the most primitive currency in the emotional economy of control. It is older than language, deeper than logic. It predates reason, civility, and even memory. To be human is to be afraid, of death, of isolation, of the unknown. But in that vulnerability lies a hidden lever. And those who understand how to pull it, can make people do anything. Fear-mongering is not about warning you. It's not a red flag waving to keep you safe. It's a red curtain being pulled over your eyes so someone else can move the pieces behind the stage. It exploits the oldest neural pathways in your brain, hijacking your amygdala, bypassing your prefrontal cortex, and dragging your consciousness back into a state of raw survival. Fight. Flight. Freeze. Fawn. And in this regression, you don't think. You react. Not to reality, but to the idea of danger, often distant, exaggerated, or entirely manufactured. Imagine a world where every headline is a threat. Where every scroll through your phone tightens your chest. Where every moment of quiet is broken by a siren, a scandal, a statistic designed to scream, "You are not safe." That is not information. That is weaponized anxiety. And the terrifying part is, it works. Because your brain is wired to pay more attention to potential threats than potential joys. It's evolutionary. It kept our ancestors alive. But now, it's being used to keep you in line. Not for your safety. For someone else's power. Governments do it. Media companies thrive on it. Corporations sell solutions to fears they planted. Religious institutions promise salvation from the damnation they describe in excruciating detail. Even individuals, abusive partners, narcissistic parents, wield fear like a scalpel, carving obedience from your soul. If you leave me, you'll regret it. If you speak out, you'll be ruined. If you don't listen, you'll be alone. Every version of the message is the same: you cannot survive without me. But here's the deeper horror: after enough time under fear, you start to believe it. You stop dreaming of freedom. You stop questioning the source. You even start to defend the thing that's keeping you afraid. You call it realism. You call it caution. You call it loyalty. You call it patriotism. But it's none of those. It's trauma. And like all trauma, it leaves its mark, not just on your actions, but on your imagination. Fear is a cage not around your body, but your future. It doesn't just lock you down. It narrows what you believe is possible. That's the cruelest part of fear-mongering: it shrinks your universe. Slowly. Quietly. Until you mistake the walls for the world. But what happens if you stop believing it? Not recklessly. Not blindly. But with a sacred skepticism. What happens when you ask, who benefits from me being afraid of this? What do I lose if I obey this fear? What might my life look like if this threat wasn't real, or wasn't mine to carry? The spell begins to break. Because fear, like fire, only survives if it has fuel. Starve it of your belief. Of your attention. Of your automatic obedience. And it starts to dim. And in that dimming, light returns. Not in grand epiphanies, but in small, defiant acts of truth. A question asked. A boundary drawn. A dream reclaimed. You were never meant to live on your knees. You were not born to cower. Fear was supposed to be a flare, not a leash. And the only antidote to fear is not bravery. It's clarity. See the source. See the mechanism. See the manipulation. And once you do, you'll burn away the illusion. And step forward, free. Trick 10, Emotional Blackmail. The heart held hostage. Love is supposed to be a sanctuary. A place where you can lay down your armor, dissolve the mask, breathe without judgment. But emotional blackmail takes that sanctuary and turns it into a minefield. Suddenly, every gesture is loaded. Every word, a weapon. Every decision, a test. And the price of peace becomes your authenticity. At its core, emotional blackmail is the art of attaching consequence to emotion. Not healthy consequence, like accountability or mutual growth, but distorted consequence. If you really loved me, you'd do this. If you say that, I don't know if I can keep going. I guess I just don't matter to you. These phrases may sound subtle. Passive. But they're psychological knives, designed to cut at the root of your agency. You're not just being asked to care, you're being commanded to prove it through compliance. The manipulator doesn't threaten with fists. They threaten with withdrawal. Affection becomes conditional. Communication is weaponized. Silence is used as punishment. Emotional expression is turned into currency, traded for obedience. And soon, you find yourself not living, just managing. Every move pre-calculated. Every truth softened or silenced. You anticipate their moods. You over-explain. You apologize before speaking. You think, maybe if I just make them happy, it'll go back to how it was. But here's the trick, it was never real to begin with. Because love that demands performance is not love. It's control. It's psychological colonization. And the longer you play along, the more you lose touch with what you actually feel. With what you want. With what is true for you. What makes emotional blackmail so insidious is that it disguises itself as connection. It uses your empathy against you. Your loyalty. Your hope. It forces you into a sick game where the only way to win is to keep betraying yourself. And the worst part? The manipulator doesn't even have to know they're doing it. Often, they're just repeating patterns they learned from their own trauma. But your empathy for their pain doesn't negate your need for safety. To escape emotional blackmail, you must reclaim your right to disappoint people. Yes, you read that right. You must remember that love is not earned through self-erasure. That your no is sacred. That your needs are not inconveniences. That the real test of love is not whether someone agrees with you, but whether they can honor you when they don't. You do not have to keep your peace by destroying your truth. You do not have to shrink to be loved. You do not have to give in just to keep things calm. The moment you realize that someone else's emotional chaos is not your responsibility to fix, you begin to return to yourself. Not out of spite. Not out of coldness. But out of clarity. Emotional blackmail loses its power the moment you stop negotiating with it. And that is the first act of real love, for yourself. Trick 11, Playing on Insecurities. The wounds they whisper into. We all carry them, those quiet cracks in the self. Some come from childhood. Others from betrayal. Some are forged in silence, in the things no one ever told us we were allowed to be. These insecurities live in the background, shaping our self-image like invisible scaffolding. But manipulators? They see them. They sense them. And worse, they know how to play them like instruments. To play on someone's insecurity is to speak directly to the wound, while pretending to offer a balm. Are you sure you're good enough for that? You're not like other people, you're sensitive, fragile. I only say this because I care. These words don't sound cruel. They sound concerned. But they carry a deeper message, you are less. You are broken. You need me to stay balanced. Without me, you'd fall apart. This tactic is more than criticism. It's identity manipulation. The abuser doesn't just highlight your flaws, they frame them. Define them. Claim them as evidence of why you must stay dependent. And over time, your insecurities aren't just wounds, they become reasons. Reasons to stay. Reasons to shut up. Reasons to obey. And the genius of it? It feels like truth. Because the voice they use to deliver the poison sounds so much like the voice in your own head. The voice of your inner critic. The voice of your old shame. They don't implant new beliefs, they just echo the ones you already fear are true. And in that echo, they gain control. But here's what they don't tell you: your insecurities are not flaws. They are places where you were never loved properly. That is not weakness. That is evidence of your humanity. And anyone who exploits that for power is not a guide. They're a parasite. To fight this manipulation, you don't need to become invincible. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to change who gets to speak into your wounds. You need to learn to meet your own insecurities with compassion before anyone else can weaponize them. You need to build an internal voice louder than theirs, one that says, yes, I have scars. And I still get to make choices. I still get to be free. And most of all, you must remember this. Someone who truly sees your wounds won't press them. They'll protect them. Someone who truly loves you won't feed your fear. They'll help you outgrow it. You are not broken. You are not too much. You are not the sum of your shame. You are still whole. Still sovereign. Still capable of rising, especially from the places they tried to bury you. Because what they saw as a weakness was the place your fire lives. Trick 12, Triangulation. The third edge of the blade. The most effective manipulation doesn't come from direct conflict, it comes from triangle logic. From the moment a third person, real or imagined, is introduced into a two-person relationship, the ground begins to shift. What was once intimate becomes comparative. What was once collaborative becomes competitive. You are no longer relating, you are competing for proximity. Triangulation is the subtle insertion of a third party into a dynamic, usually by a manipulator, to destabilize, control, and create emotional dependence through jealousy, insecurity, or rivalry. It's whispering praise about someone else while minimizing you. It's referencing an ex who never made such a fuss. It's telling you how someone else understands them in ways you don't. And every time it happens, a crack forms in the connection, and they step into that crack and take control. Let's make it real. You're in an argument with someone who matters to you. Instead of staying with the discomfort, they pivot. Even Sarah said I was right. Just like that, you're no longer arguing your truth. You're defending yourself against an unseen jury. And that jury never had to exist. It might not even be real. But your nervous system doesn't know that. It just knows you're losing ground, and so you scramble to reassert closeness, clarity, control. That's the game. Triangulation manufactures distance so that you'll chase closeness. It inserts comparison so you'll perform. It invokes jealousy so you'll submit. And if the triangle persists long enough, you begin to reshape yourself, not to align with your truth, but to win back the attention that was taken. You stop being a participant in the relationship and become a contestant in a game you didn't choose to play. This tactic shows up everywhere. Romantic partners dangle other options. Parents pit siblings against each other. Managers create competition between employees to maintain obedience. Even spiritual leaders triangulate followers with God or morality. The message is always the same: there is someone better. Watch your step. But here's the twist: there is no triangle without your belief in it. The triangle isn't real. It is a narrative. A manipulation of perspective. A distortion that convinces you to abandon trust, transparency, and grounded self-worth. So how do you escape it? You refuse to play. You stop chasing proximity to someone who dangles your value in front of you like a carrot. You call out the tactic. You name the triangle. You say, this isn't between me and Sarah. It's between you and me. And then you sit in that confrontation. And you watch what they do. A healthy person will lean in. They'll clarify, repair, engage. A manipulator will pivot, blame, escalate, or ghost. Triangulation isn't just a tactic. It's a litmus test. It tells you who wants connection, and who wants control. Don't compete for love. Don't chase what should be freely given. And never let yourself be compared into silence. Because your worth was never in question. Only your awareness of it was. Trick 13, Public Shaming. The execution in the town square. There is a reason public shaming has existed since the birth of civilization. Stocks. Pillories. Town squares. Viral tweets. Modern technology has evolved, but the instinct remains the same: expose someone, reduce them to a symbol, strip their complexity, and make them pay, not in silence, but in spectacle. Public shaming isn't justice. It's theater. And it exists not to correct behavior, but to feed power. Let's be clear, accountability is sacred. Truth-telling is necessary. But public shaming doesn't serve truth. It serves hierarchy. It is not about healing the wound, but using the wound as leverage. It is not about resolution, it is about domination. When someone shames you publicly, especially in a personal relationship or small community, they are not seeking dialogue. They are seeking submission. And they want an audience to watch you submit. This manipulation works because of one simple truth: humans are social creatures. Our nervous systems evolved in tribes. Rejection from the group once meant death. And though we no longer live in those tribal villages, our bodies still respond to shame as if our lives are at stake. The hot flush. The chest collapse. The desire to disappear. These are not just emotions. They are survival responses. When someone exposes your flaws or your story without your consent, they are weaponizing this biological vulnerability. They are placing your social body on trial. And whether their facts are true or not almost doesn't matter. Because public shaming bypasses nuance. It reduces. It flattens. It dehumanizes. You stop being you and become a symbol, a cautionary tale, a villain, a scapegoat. This is the darkest alchemy of shame: it turns truth into a cudgel. Now here's the deeper manipulation: after a public shaming, the shamer often returns, with rescue. I just wanted to help you. I had to do it this way, you left me no choice. I only shared it because I care. And suddenly, they frame the very act of public humiliation as a gift. This isn't a mistake. This is manufactured dependency. They break you in public so they can hold you in private. They control the narrative and then offer you healing, on their terms. But what's stolen in that process is not just dignity, it's agency. The right to tell your own story. To navigate your own mistakes. To face your growth privately. To emerge with your own interpretation. When someone takes that from you, they don't just injure your reputation, they injure your relationship with yourself. So what do? You reclaim the mic. You speak your truth, not to apologize into compliance, but to recenter your humanity. You name the tactic. You set the boundary. You say, you don't get to use my pain for performance. You don't get to grow your power through my exposure. And then you walk away, not in shame, but in sovereignty. Public shaming feels like death because, in some ways, it is. But what dies is the illusion that your worth comes from collective approval. And what rises, is you, untamed, undiminished, unbowed. Trick 14, Hoovering. The whisper at the door you thought was closed. You think it's over. You've walked away. You've cried. Screamed. Grieved. Blocked the number. Changed your routines. Told yourself the chapter is closed. But then, a message. A like. A song shared. A, hey, just thinking of you. And suddenly, your breath catches. Your brain lights up. Your heart stutters. Because the ghost has returned. And it knows exactly how to make you question whether you imagined the haunting. This is hoovering, the manipulator's final tactic. The emotional vacuum that sucks you back into orbit just when you were beginning to find gravity again. It is not about love. It is not about closure. It is about control. The hoover is the last rope they throw out, not to connect, but to reel you back in. You see, manipulators don't always want you when they have you. But they need to know they could have you. Your autonomy threatens them. Your silence echoes louder than their voice. So they test the waters. A breadcrumb here. A memory there. A sudden surge of sweetness. The language is always familiar. Tender. Ambiguous enough to protect them from accountability. But potent enough to destabilize your healing. And here's the cruelty, hoovering rarely works because of longing. It works because of doubt. Because deep down, you still hope maybe they've changed. Maybe it really was timing. Maybe that apology means something real. And that's not your weakness. That's your humanity. Your capacity to hope, to forgive, to see potential even in pain. But they know that. And they use it. The real hook isn't the words, it's the withdrawal. Once they sense you leaning back in, they pull away. Just enough to leave you gasping again. Wondering what you did wrong. What you could say to keep them. And the cycle begins anew, hope, confusion, collapse. So how do you end it? You recognize the hoover not as a bridge, but a hook. You don't analyze the message. You analyze the pattern. You ask, what do they want now? Why now? And who was I becoming before they reached out? Because the answer to that last question is the threat they're responding to. You were healing. Moving on. Becoming someone they couldn't control anymore. Hoovering isn't love. It's panic. It's a power play disguised as sentiment. And once you see it for what it is, you stop responding to the message and start responding to your own intuition. You do not need to explain. You do not need to respond. You do not need to crack the code. You already have your answer. It's in the silence that was giving you peace before they disrupted it. Close the door again. Lock it if you must. Not out of fear, but out of respect for the self that was rebuilding on the other side. They didn't come back because they missed you. They came back because they missed the version of you that didn't know better yet. But now you do. Trick 15. Cognitive dissonance. The mind that fights itself. What happens when your brain becomes a battlefield between what you know and what you feel? When logic screams one truth while emotion clings to another. This isn't just confusion. It's cognitive dissonance, the invisible war waged inside your mind every time reality fractures and parts of yourself pull in opposite directions. Cognitive dissonance is not a glitch. It's a feature. A survival mechanism built into human consciousness to help us reconcile conflicting beliefs, emotions, and behaviors. But in the hands of a manipulator, it becomes a weapon, a tool to fracture your inner coherence, confuse your sense of self, and make you question what once felt certain. Imagine this: you love someone deeply. You believe in them. You've invested years in their dreams, their pain, their life. And yet, something doesn't feel right. There are inconsistencies. Promises broken. Boundaries crossed. Emotions twisted into guilt. You know something's wrong. Your body knows. Your gut screams. But then they look at you with those eyes. They speak softly. Apologize. Reassure. And suddenly, you're not sure anymore. Was it really that bad? Did I overreact? Could I be misunderstanding? That's cognitive dissonance at work. It exploits a fundamental truth about the human psyche: we hate contradiction. We crave internal harmony. So when faced with two opposing realities, one painful, one comforting, we'll bend our perception like a reflection in warped glass, distorting truth until both halves seem to fit. And manipulators know this. They orchestrate this. They sow seeds of doubt. Not all at once, but piece by piece. A gentle contradiction here. A subtle inconsistency there. You said you trusted me. Why do you always think the worst? You used to believe in us. These phrases don't just confuse your thoughts, they fracture your identity. Over time, you begin to distrust your own judgment. You start arguing with yourself. Defending the indefensible. Rationalizing the irrational. And all the while, the thing you once knew to be true begins to blur. Because cognitive dissonance doesn't just distort facts. It distorts you. It makes victims defend abusers. Employees justify toxic bosses. Lovers remain loyal to cheaters. Not because they're weak. Not because they lack insight. But because the human mind is wired to seek comfort over clarity. Certainty over chaos. And when loyalty feels safer than truth, you choose loyalty, even if it means betraying yourself. This is how people stay in relationships long after they should have walked away. How cult members defend leaders who exploit them. How politicians maintain power despite exposing themselves as frauds. The dissonance becomes unbearable, so instead of facing the pain of truth, people twist their minds around the lie until it feels comfortable again. But here's the deeper horror: cognitive dissonance doesn't just protect them. It protects you, too. From the unbearable weight of regret. From the shame of having been fooled. From the devastation of realizing you chose wrong. Because the alternative, admitting that you were complicit, that you gave part of yourself to something unworthy, feels like losing a part of your soul. So you split. You fragment. One part believes. One part doubts. One part rationalizes. One part screams silently in the dark. And the more these pieces fight, the more exhausted you become. Energy drains. Clarity dims. Life narrows. Yet beneath this inner war lies a brutal paradox: cognitive dissonance only exists because you care. Because you once believed. Because you still want to believe. Because somewhere deep inside, part of you holds on to hope that things can still be okay. That maybe this time, they'll change. That maybe you weren't wrong. That maybe the good parts outweigh the pain. But healing from dissonance begins where discomfort ends. Where you stop trying to make the pieces fit, and instead allow them to shatter. To sit in the wreckage. To hold both truths at once: yes, I loved them. Yes, they hurt me. Yes, I was wrong. And yes, I still deserve peace. Reclaiming yourself starts with a simple act of rebellion: stopping the internal argument. Refusing to play the game of justification. Letting go of the need to make everything make sense. Allowing both realities to exist without forcing them into alignment. Once you do that, once you give yourself permission to feel the full weight of contradiction without needing to resolve it, something shifts. The tension begins to ease. The war quiets. The dissonance loses its grip. Because dissonance only has power when you try to silence it. Let it echo. Let it teach. Let it guide you back to yourself. And when you finally stand on solid ground again, you'll realize the most powerful truth of all. You never had to choose between being right and being whole. You just needed to stop fighting yourself. Trick 16: Exploiting mirror neurons. When their pain becomes yours. Have you ever watched someone cry and felt tears well up before you even knew why? Or flinched when a friend stubbed their toe? Or smiled involuntarily when someone else did? That's not empathy alone. That's mirror neurons at work, the neural scaffolding that allows you to feel what others feel before your conscious mind even catches up. Mirror neurons are one of humanity's greatest gifts. They allow connection. Compassion. Understanding across language and culture. Without them, we would be islands, incapable of bonding, learning, or evolving together. But in the hands of a manipulator, they become a trap, a biological vulnerability turned into a psychological snare. Because mirror neurons don't distinguish between genuine suffering and strategic performance. A manipulator doesn't just tell you they're hurting, they feel it. Or at least, they show it. Their eyes glisten. Their voice cracks. Their breath catches. They slump under an invisible weight. And your nervous system responds instantly, instinctively. You feel their pain before you even decide to care. Before you even ask whether it's real. That's how exploitation works through mirror neurons, not through words, but through body language. Through emotional choreography. Through the silent transmission of distress that bypasses your logic and speaks directly to your limbic system. And once that emotional bridge is formed, the manipulator knows they've won. Because now, you're no longer seeing them as separate. You're feeling them as part of you. And when someone hurts, and you feel that hurt, your instinct is not to question. It's to soothe. To rescue. To sacrifice. Which is exactly what they want. Think of the partner who breaks down into sobs during an argument, not in response to anything you've done, but in response to your boundary. Think of the parent who gasps in pain when you say no. Think of the coworker who collapses emotionally the moment you challenge their behavior. These aren't breakdowns. They're performances. Carefully orchestrated displays designed to hijack your biology and force you into compliance. And because your mirror neurons fire automatically, you don't get to choose whether or not you feel it. You just do. Which makes this manipulation so insidious. It's not a tactic you can simply outthink. It's embedded in your very wiring. But here's the twist, mirror neuron manipulation often works best when the pain is partially real. Because complete fakeness lacks conviction. People can smell a lie from a mile away, subconsciously, if not consciously. So the manipulator layers truth within the manipulation. They take real grief, real anger, real sadness, and exaggerate it. Inflate it. Weaponize it. They use fragments of their actual pain to hook you in, and then amplify those emotions until they control the entire dynamic. That's how they keep you close. By making you feel responsible for their emotional state. By linking your presence to their stability. By convincing you, not through words, but through neurological resonance, that if you leave, they might fall apart. But here's what they don't tell you, pain does not grant moral authority. Just because someone is hurting doesn't mean you owe them your peace. Just because you feel their pain doesn't mean you must carry it. Just because your body reacts to their suffering doesn't mean you must solve it. Your mirror neurons may be wired to absorb emotion, but your boundaries are yours to set. Reclaiming yourself from this manipulation starts with awareness. With recognizing the difference between feeling with someone and being trapped by someone. With understanding that while your biology leans toward compassion, your sovereignty leans toward choice. You can feel without rescuing. You can witness without fixing. You can care without sacrificing. And sometimes, the kindest thing you can do, for them and for yourself, is step back. Let them feel their pain. Let them learn to hold it. Let them grow from it. Because true empathy is not about absorbing someone else's suffering. It's about giving them space to heal. Even if your body screams otherwise. Trick 17, Exploiting Empathy. When kindness becomes a prison. Empathy is the light. The warmth. The bridge between souls. It allows us to see beyond ourselves, to feel with others, to walk in footsteps we've never walked. It is one of the most sacred human capacities, the ability to extend beyond a self and meet another in their pain. But when empathy is exploited, that sacred light becomes a cage. What was meant to connect becomes a chain. What was meant to uplift becomes a burden. And suddenly, the very thing that made you kind makes you vulnerable. The very thing that made you beautiful becomes your weakness. Exploiting empathy is not loud. It doesn't shout. It whispers. It seduces. It uses your capacity to care against you, turning your biggest strength into your most exploitable flaw. Picture this: someone comes to you with pain. Real pain. Grief. Trauma. Betrayal. Loss. And you open your heart. You listen. You comfort. You offer support. You give them space to collapse, to breathe, to heal. Because that's who you are. You care. You feel deeply. You understand what it means to suffer. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, something changes. Their pain becomes your responsibility. Their needs overshadow yours. Their boundaries erode yours. Every choice you make is filtered through their emotional state. Every word you speak is measured against their sensitivity. Every boundary you try to draw is met with a quiet accusation, not spoken outright, but felt in the silence. You're hurting them. They're already going through so much. Can't you just be there? Empathy becomes a lever. A tool wielded to extract compliance. To justify imbalance. To demand sacrifice. And because you care, because your heart is open, you keep giving. Even when it costs you. Especially when it costs you. Because that's the brilliance of this manipulation, it operates under the guise of goodness. After all, how can caring be wrong? How can listening be harmful? How can offering support be abuse? But abuse doesn't always wear a mask of cruelty. Sometimes it wears a mask of compassion. Sometimes it hides behind trauma. Behind fragility. Behind the unspoken rule: if you truly cared, you wouldn't set limits. And so you don't. You mute your needs. You swallow your pain. You erase your exhaustion. Because saying no feels like betrayal. Saying stop feels like abandonment. Saying enough feels like cruelty. But here's the hidden wound: they didn't break you because they needed you. They broke you because it served them. And that's the deepest betrayal of all. Because true empathy does not require martyrdom. True connection does not demand sacrifice. True care does not erase the person doing the caring. To reclaim yourself from this manipulation, you must redefine what it means to be empathetic. You must learn that real kindness includes boundaries. That deep compassion honors your own needs. That true support empowers rather than consumes. Empathy should never be a debt. You do not owe your peace to anyone who uses your heartbreak as leverage. You do not owe your energy to anyone who confuses your presence with ownership. You do not owe your silence to anyone who uses your compassion as a leash. Healing begins when you stop equating empathy with obligation. When you stop believing that love means surrender. When you stop thinking that to care is to forfeit yourself. Love should not drain you. Care should not consume you. Compassion should not kill the compassionate. You are allowed to feel without burning out. To give without collapsing. To love without losing yourself. And the moment you understand that, the moment you relearn how to hold your own heart even as you reach toward others, you break free. Not through strength. But through clarity. Because the most radical act of empathy is not giving everything away. It's preserving yourself. Even when someone else's pain tries to drown you. Trick 18, creating a sense of obligation. The invisible debt that never ends. What if someone could make you feel like you owed them, without ever giving you a choice? What if they built that debt not with contracts or clear transactions, but with subtle gestures, emotional investments, and quiet expectations woven into your daily life? This isn't generosity. This is creating a sense of obligation, the invisible rope wrapped so tightly around your will that you don't even realize it's pulling you forward until you try to step back. Obligation is not love. It is not reciprocity. It is not gratitude. Obligation is a debt without clarity, a currency that shifts value unpredictably, and a contract you never signed but are somehow expected to honor. And once you're under its weight, every decision becomes transactional. Every action is colored by an unspoken question: what do I owe them now? Let's dissect this manipulation at its core. It begins slowly. Not with demands. Not with ultimatums. But with kindness layered with strings. Someone does something for you, a favor, a gift, a gesture of support, and on the surface, it feels good. Maybe even healing. But then comes the echo: I just want you to know how much I've done for you. Or, you wouldn't have made it this far without me. These aren't expressions of joy. They're deposits into an emotional ledger you didn't know existed. And from there, the payments begin. They might ask small things first: could you watch my dog? Can you help me move? Just be there for me tonight. You say yes. Because saying no feels ungrateful. Because you were taught that kindness should be returned, not selectively, but fully. And over time, those small requests grow. The obligations stretch beyond your capacity. Your boundaries blur. Your energy depletes. But here's the deeper violation: you weren't allowed to choose when it began. Manipulators who create obligation often invest before consent is possible. They entered during moments of vulnerability, when you were sick, lonely, grieving, lost. They offer comfort, connection, certainty. And in doing so, they embed themselves into your survival narrative. Then, later, when you try to reclaim autonomy, they remind you: don't forget what I did for you. Suddenly, your independence feels like betrayal. Your self-care feels like selfishness. Your limits feel like ingratitude. And the worst part? You internalize it. You start believing that you were rescued, that your freedom came at a cost, and that repaying that cost is non-negotiable, even if it means sacrificing yourself. Because that's the brilliance of this manipulation: it disguises control as care. It frames exploitation as loyalty. It makes you feel responsible for their happiness because they convinced you that your worth was tied to their investment. And the most insidious layer? Once you've been manipulated this way long enough, you start doing it to yourself. You carry the debt everywhere. You apologize for having needs. You downplay your pain. You justify their behavior because they helped you, or they mean well. You negotiate with your trauma instead of naming it. You become your own warden, locking doors you never agreed to build. So how do you break free? By recognizing a truth that has always been yours to claim. No one deserves your soul as repayment for kindness. Not your parents. Not your partner. Not your mentor. Not your friend. Not even the person who held your hand through darkness. You can remember their role in your story without letting them write the ending. You can be grateful without being bound. You can acknowledge help without surrendering choice. Healing begins when you stop measuring your worth in favors returned and start rebuilding your identity outside of obligation. You are not a debt. You are a being. And your autonomy belongs to no one but you. Walk away from the ledger. Tear up the IOUs that were written in silence. Let go of the guilt that was never meant to be yours. Because real love doesn't tally scores. Real support doesn't demand servitude. Real care doesn't chain the heart. What you gave was honest. What you received may have helped. But what you keep, that is yours. And it always was. Trick 19, Divide and Conquer Tactics. When isolation becomes control. Human beings are not meant to live alone. We are wired for tribe, for connection, for shared meaning. Our strength lies in our bonds. Our resilience comes from collective support. Our growth happens in the mirror of others. Which is precisely why divide and conquer tactics are so devastating. This manipulation is ancient. Used by empires. Employed by dictators. Reflected in modern relationships, workplaces, and families where control is more important than community. Its goal is simple: isolate the target until they have nowhere to turn, no one to trust, and no voice strong enough to resist. The method is elegant. Disturbingly so. It starts with sowing doubt between people. A whisper here. An assumption there. They said something about you. She doesn't actually respect you. He only keeps you around for what he can get. These seeds are planted not all at once, but drop by drop, until eventually, the water turns bitter. And once distrust begins to spread, the manipulator steps in, as the sole source of stability. The only one who truly understands. The only one who's always been honest. The only one who really sees you. Suddenly, everyone else is suspect. Everyone else has motives. Everyone else is unreliable. Except them. That's the genius of divide and conquer. It doesn't just separate people, it replaces the group with a single point of reference. A single voice. A single allegiance. And once that allegiance is secured, the isolation deepens. The manipulator ensures that you spend less time with others. They criticize your circle. Undermine your friendships. Make you feel guilty for loving people they don't approve of. Slowly but surely, your world narrows. Your options shrink. Your allies disappear. And in that vacuum, control solidifies. Because when you're alone, you lose perspective. You lose feedback loops. You lose mirrors. You begin to believe what you're told because there's no one left to contradict it. You start questioning your reality, fearing disconnection, doubting your instincts. And the kicker? You still think you chose this path. You think you isolated yourself voluntarily. That you grew distant from old friends because of busy schedules or growing apart. That you stopped going out because you wanted peace. But buried beneath the surface is a quieter truth: you didn't just drift away. You were divided. From others. From yourself. From movement. Because isolation is not absence. It is strategy. It is the removal of witnesses. The silencing of dissenters. The elimination of alternatives. And once achieved, the manipulator no longer needs to convince you, you've already internalized the narrative. So how do you rebuild? You start by remembering. You look at the relationships that faded quietly. The conversations that ended mysteriously. The people who suddenly felt wrong, without explanation. And you ask, did we drift, or were we pushed? You reach out. Gently. Carefully. You test the ground. See who remembers the version of you that existed before the fracture. And most importantly, you allow yourself to mourn what was taken, not just from your life, but from your mind. Reconnection is not instant. It is fragile. It requires humility, patience, and courage. But piece by piece, shard by shard, the division reverses. You learn to listen again. To share again. To trust again, not blindly, but wisely. And in doing so, you do more than reclaim your relationships. You reclaim your resistance. Because the moment the walls crack, the empire inside them begins to fall. Trick 20, Authority Bias. The God complex whispered into the mind. From childhood, you were taught to obey. Respect your elders. Do what the teacher says. Trust the experts. Follow orders. These are not inherently harmful messages. In many cases, they protect us. Guide us. Help us navigate complexity. But embedded within them is a dangerous programming seed: authority equals truth. And when authority is weaponized, that seed grows into authority bias, a cognitive distortion that makes us blindly accept the words, actions, and beliefs of those in positions of power, regardless of whether they deserve that deference. This manipulation is silent. It hides behind titles, uniforms, credentials, and charisma. It operates under the assumption that the person leading knows best, even when they don't. Even when they're lying. Even when they're hurting you. Let's strip it bare. Authority bias is not just about politicians or CEOs or religious leaders. It shows up in therapists who gaslight, doctors who dismiss symptoms, managers who abuse power, partners who act as emotional gatekeepers, and mentors who confuse guidance with control. In these moments, the issue isn't that you lack judgment. The issue is that you've been conditioned to surrender it. You were raised to believe that wisdom lives outside you. That expertise must be earned. That insight comes from higher places. And so when someone enters your life wearing the costume of authority, the white coat, the title, the confident voice, you instinctively lower your defenses. Even when your body whispers otherwise. Even when your intuition screams. Especially when they call you irrational for questioning them. Here's the hidden layer: this bias is not just external, it becomes internal. Once you've spent years deferring to others, you begin to doubt your own perception. You stop trusting your emotions. You mute your needs. You wait for permission to speak, to leave, to heal. You become addicted to approval from figures who view you as subordinate, not as human. And the cruelest irony? Authoritarian figures thrive on your doubt. They need it. Because if you trusted yourself, you'd no longer need them. So they cultivate it. They reward compliance. Shame defiance. Label authenticity as insubordination. And over time, you internalize the hierarchy. You see yourself as lesser. As flawed. As incapable. Until one day, you forget you ever had a voice of your own. To escape this manipulation, you must undertake a radical reclamation, your sovereignty. You must remember that wisdom is not owned. That knowledge is not static. That experience matters more than degrees. That no one, no matter how powerful, respected, or revered, gets to override your lived reality. You must learn to ask. Does this person challenge me, or control me? Do they empower me, or depend on my dependence? Are they guiding me, or silencing me? And above all, would I still follow them if they had no title? Answer honestly. Because real teachers don't demand obedience, they invite inquiry. Real leaders don't enforce hierarchy, they dissolve it. Real authority doesn't inspire fear. It inspires freedom. You are not broken. You are not ignorant. You are not unworthy of knowing. Your thoughts have validity. Your feelings hold truth. Your voice carries weight. And the moment you stand in that truth, unshaken by titles, unswayed by uniforms, unimpressed by ego, you become untouchable. Because the greatest authority is not found in rank. It is found in resonance. In alignment. In the quiet certainty that you, too, have the right to lead. Even if it means walking away from everything you were taught to follow. Trick 21, Scapegoating. The mirror that only reflects evil. There is a moment, sharp, silent, shattering, when you realize that your pain has been turned into someone else's weapon. Not because of what you did. Not even because of what you are, but because of what they needed you to be. A symbol. A villain. A vessel for their own rot. This is scapegoating, the most ancient form of emotional projection, dressed up in moral righteousness and delivered like a verdict without trial. Scapegoating doesn't need truth. It only needs a target. It begins with isolation. You don't always notice it at first. You're still included, still part of the group or relationship, but slowly, the language around you changes. Funny remarks that aren't so funny. Jokes that sting more than amuse. Accusations framed as jokes. You know we're just teasing. But beneath the surface runs something colder. A narrative being built. A story about you that you never got to write. And then comes the switch. The moment when everything unravels, not because something changed, but because the narrative demands it. Suddenly, every flaw you've ever had becomes proof of your guilt. Every past mistake is resurrected as evidence of malevolence. You are no longer seen. You are interpreted. Through a lens so warped that even kindness feels suspicious. This is how scapegoating works. it doesn't destroy you outright. It constructs a version of you so grotesque, so exaggerated, so monstrous that eventually, you start believing it too. Because everyone says it. Everyone agrees. And if enough people say something long enough, even lies begin to feel like gravity. The true horror of scapegoating is that it does not require malice. Often, those who participate believe they are doing something righteous. They see themselves as protectors. As defenders of peace. As restorers of balance. But what they restore is not harmony, they restore hierarchy. They preserve comfort by sacrificing one person's dignity. Because scapegoating is not about justice. It is about control. It turns entire groups into prosecutors. Friends become jury. Family becomes executioner. And the scapegoat? You become the lightning rod for all the unspoken tensions, the unresolved trauma, the repressed emotions that no one else wants to face. Your pain becomes the price others pay for their unity. And here's the paradox, you were chosen not because you were the weakest. You were chosen because you were visible. Because you dared to exist differently. To speak out. To challenge. To reflect back what others didn't want to see in themselves. So instead of confronting their own discomfort, they placed it inside you. Made you carry it. Labeled you with it. Called it your burden to bear. But it was never yours. That's the lie at the center of scapegoating, they convince you that you are the problem. That you brought it on yourself. That you disrupted peace when really, you disrupted illusion. And sometimes, the most dangerous thing a person can be is the one who refuses to pretend. So how do you survive this? By reclaiming your narrative. Not through confrontation. Not through proving them wrong. Not through begging for understanding. By walking away from the false story they wrote about you and stepping fully into the truth of who you are. Not perfect. Not pure. Not flawless. But real. Human. Whole. The scapegoat is not a role. It is a label. And labels fall away when you stop believing them. Healing begins when you finally silence the chorus in your head that echoes their accusations. When you look at the pattern and understand, not defensively, but clearly, that this was never about you. It was about them. Their fear. Their need to create order through blame. Their inability to sit with discomfort unless they could point its finger elsewhere. You are not their shadow. You are not their failure. You are not their sin. You are simply the one who refused to be invisible, and for that, they tried to erase you. But you are still here. And that means you won. Because the scapegoat survives. Even when they try to bury you. Trick 22, Social Proof Exploitation. When believing becomes borrowing. Human beings do not make decisions in isolation. We are tribal creatures. Our survival once depended on conformity, on belonging, on reading the room before speaking, acting, choosing. That instinct remains lodged deep in our psyche, an echo of ancient wisdom now hijacked by modern manipulation. Social proof exploitation is not about convincing you directly. It is about making you think you are deciding freely while subtly feeding you the illusion that everyone else already believes. Everyone else already chose. Everyone else already agreed. And so why wouldn't you? This is not persuasion, it is influence disguised as consensus. Imagine scrolling through social media and seeing dozens of posts praising a new product, idea, lifestyle, ideology. Not ads. Not paid endorsements. Just regular people sharing their experiences. Real stories. Authentic excitement. And slowly, gently, you begin to align. Not because you've done research. Not because you've tested it yourself. But because everyone seems to love it. And if everyone loves it, perhaps you should too. That is social proof exploitation. It plays on our deepest wiring, to follow the crowd, to trust the majority, to move towards safety in numbers. The manipulator doesn't have to force you. They only have to show you that others have already moved in that direction. And suddenly, resistance feels like isolation. This tactic manifests everywhere. In marketing campaigns that use fake reviews. In cult-like communities that highlight testimonies of converts. In workplaces where dissent is punished by silence. In relationships where the abuser claims, "Everyone I talk to says I'm the victim here." They don't need facts. They need followers. And here's the deeper twist: social proof doesn't just influence your behavior. It alters your perception of reality. If 10 people say something happened, your brain will often accept it as truth, even if you experience something different. If 20 influencers endorse a philosophy, your mind will begin to internalize it, even if it contradicts your values. We call this herd mentality, but it's more insidious than that. It is epistemological surrender, the quiet agreement that other people's belief trumps your own knowing. What makes this manipulation so effective is that it rarely announces itself. There is no coercion. No overt pressure. No demand. Just suggestion. Repetition. Echoes bouncing off each other until they sound like certainty. And the more invested you become in the belief, the harder it is to admit that you were influenced rather than convinced. Because once you've spoken it, shared it, defended it, you begin to feel ownership over it. Even if it was never truly yours to begin with. To break free, you must ask questions that pierce the veil. Did I arrive at this belief independently, or did I absorb it through repetition? Would I still believe this if no one else did? Am I defending this because I deeply value it, or because I fear being alone in my opposition? These are uncomfortable questions. They threaten the foundation of many identities built on borrowed belief. But healing does not come from comfort. It comes from clarity. Reclaiming your mind from social proof exploitation means learning to distinguish between resonance and mimicry. Between intuition and imitation. Between truth and trend. Because real conviction is not born from popularity. Real alignment is not measured by applause. It is known in the bones. Felt in the gut. Held in the quiet confidence that you do not need permission to believe what you believe. You were not meant to follow blindly. You were meant to lead yourself. And the first step in leading is recognizing when you've been led. Trick 23, Groupthink Induction. When dissent becomes treason. Groupthink induction is not loud. It does not shout its rules. It whispers them. It breathes them into conversations. It embeds them in inside jokes, in knowing glances, in subtle exclusions. It is the unspoken law of loyalty within a tribe, a system of belief so tightly woven that questioning it feels like betrayal. It begins not with command, but with culture. Shared values. Inside rituals. Common enemies. Language that reinforces belonging. And in this warmth, you feel safe. Seen. Connected. But slowly, so slowly you may not even notice, you also begin to police yourself. You catch your thoughts before they finish. You filter your words. You hesitate before asking the question that might disrupt the harmony. That is groupthink. Not enforced uniformity. Not forced obedience. But self-imposed silence. The kind that grows out of fear, of rejection, of exile, of becoming the outsider. Because here's the truth, groupthink doesn't rely on coercion. It relies on love. Love of connection. Love of community. Love of purpose. And when those things are threatened, the human mind will sacrifice autonomy to preserve them. This is how belief systems collapse under the weight of conformity. How organizations lose innovation. How movements lose integrity. One person at a time, afraid to speak up. Afraid to rock the boat. Afraid to be the one who sees what others refuse to see. And here's the deeper manipulation, groupthink doesn't just suppress dissent. It criminalizes it. The dissenter becomes the threat. The one who doesn't belong. The one who doesn't get it. And soon, the tribe starts protecting the system more fiercely than it protects its people. This is where cult dynamics emerge, not necessarily through violence or control, but through emotional punishment. The person who raises concerns is met with silence. With sideways looks. With exclusion. With the slow erosion of belonging until they begin to doubt not just the group, but themselves. And yet, the worst prison of groupthink is the one you build yourself. Once you've absorbed the belief system, once you've lived within it long enough, you begin to enforce its boundaries unconsciously. You judge others through its lens. You reject ideas outside its framework. You attack people who challenge its core tenets, not because you were told to, but because you want to protect it. That is the brilliance of groupthink induction. It replaces your inner compass with an external map. It teaches you to distrust your own instincts and defer to the collective judgment, even when it conflicts with your lived experience. To escape groupthink, you must first recognize the signs. You avoid certain topics in conversation, not because you lack interest, but because you fear backlash. You second-guess your conclusions when they don't align with the group's stance. You feel shame or guilt for thinking differently, without anyone ever telling you to. You find yourself defending beliefs you once questioned, more out of identity than insight. True liberation begins when you allow yourself to feel the discomfort of contradiction. When you give yourself permission to explore ideas that unsettle the status quo. When you stop measuring truth by how many people agree with it, and start measuring it by how deeply it resonates with your soul. Because groupthink thrives in certainty. It dies in inquiry. You were not born to belong at the cost of your truth. You were born to belong to yourself. And when you reclaim that voice, the one that dares to ask, to doubt, to differ, you step out of the illusion and back into the light. Where thought is free. Where belief is chosen. Where dissent is sacred. And where you finally remember. You do not need permission to think for yourself. You never did. Trick 24, Cultivating False Identity. The reflection that was never yours. There is a moment, quiet, almost imperceptible, when you begin to feel like a stranger inside your own skin. Not because you've changed, but because someone else has been carving away at who you were until only their version remained. This is not evolution. It is erasure disguised as transformation. And it is one of the most devastating forms of psychological control, cultivating false identity, the slow replacement of yourself with a construct designed to serve another's needs. It begins gently. Not with force, but with suggestion. You are told what kind of person you are. What you value. How you should respond. What makes you special. At first, these declarations feel affirming. They make you feel known. Seen. Understood. But over time, something shifts. The definitions narrow. Their voice grows louder than yours. Your instincts dull. And soon, you find yourself living out a role that no longer feels like ownership, it feels like performance. This is how they build you anew, not from scratch, but from pieces. They take your strengths and twist them into compliance. They reframe your sensitivities as weaknesses. They glorify your loyalty while exploiting its blind spots. They call your independence rashness, your intuition paranoia, your passion overreaction. Slowly, but surely, they reshape your internal narrative until the person you recognize when you look inward is not the one you once were, but the one they needed you to be. And here lies the horror. False identity doesn't announce itself. It doesn't arrive like an invasion. It grows like mold behind drywall, hidden, insidious, thriving in the damp darkness of unexamined belief. You don't wake up one day and realize you're gone. You simply stop feeling fully real. You sense a dissonance, a quiet drift, a growing gap between your thoughts and your actions. You question whether you've always been this way. Whether you're imagining the disconnect. Whether you're just going through a phase. But phases pass. False identities persist, at least until they collapse under the weight of their own falsehood. Because eventually, the body remembers. It starts with tension where there was none before. With confusion during moments of decision. With exhaustion after conversations that shouldn't drain you. With dreams that speak in symbols you no longer understand. And then comes the whisper, the voice beneath the mask, that asks, who am I when I'm not performing for them? That question is the beginning of the end for the illusion. False identity is not merely deception. It is displacement. It is the theft of selfhood under the guise of closeness. It is the substitution of authenticity with expectation. And the deeper tragedy? Many people live entire lives within identities that were never truly theirs, loving, giving, sacrificing, suffering, all while carrying the silent grief of having been misnamed by those closest to them. To reclaim yourself is not a quick act. It is excavation. It is mourning. It is letting go of the comfort of certainty, even if that certainty was built on borrowed ground. You must sit in the discomfort of not knowing who you are anymore, and allow that unknowing to become fertile soil for rediscovery. You must stop looking to others for confirmation of your truth and start listening to the quieter voice inside that has been trying to guide you back home all along. Because you were not born pretending. You were born whole. Curious. Capable of knowing yourself without needing permission. And somewhere beneath the layers of adopted belief, that self still breathes. Still waits. Still watches for the moment you decide to come back. So ask yourself. What parts of me did I learn to wear instead of grow? Who would I be if I removed their language from my mind? And when you dare to answer, truly, you will step into the first light of your real self. One you were never meant to lose. Only forget. Trick 25, the seeds of self-doubt. The garden where confidence dies. You do not doubt yourself all at once. It does not happen in a single conversation, a single failure, a single rejection. No, self-doubt is planted like a seed. Small. Quiet. Seemingly insignificant. But once rooted, it spreads silently through your psyche, feeding off the nutrients of your confidence, wrapping around your potential, choking the life from belief until all that remains is uncertainty dressed as wisdom. This is the true power of seeds of self-doubt. They make you believe that questioning yourself is growth, when in reality, it is erosion. They convince you that hesitation is caution, that second-guessing is maturity, that insecurity is humility. And in doing so, they disarm you. They strip you of the conviction that fuels action. They replace instinct with interrogation, courage with caution, clarity with confusion. They begin subtly. A remark framed as concern. A question posed as curiosity. Are you sure? Maybe you're overthinking it. That's just how you see it. These phrases seem neutral on the surface, even helpful. But over time, their repetition wears down your certainty like waves against stone. You begin to mistrust your memory. Doubt your perception. Question your emotions. And the more you question, the less solid you feel within yourself. And here's the cruel design: doubting yourself doesn't just limit your success. It limits your ability to protect yourself. Because when you no longer trust your gut, you stop setting boundaries. When you question your voice too deeply, you stop speaking altogether. When you can't discern truth from distortion, you surrender your autonomy to the very people who taught you to doubt in the first place. Self-doubt becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more you believe you're incapable, the less you try. The less you try, the fewer successes you have. The fewer successes you have, the more evidence you gather that you were right to doubt. And thus, the loop tightens. A spiral formed not from logic, but from programming so deep it feels like character. But the deepest wound created by planting seeds of self-doubt is the loss of direction. Without trust in yourself, you cannot navigate decisions. You second-guess opportunities. You dismiss praise. You hesitate in moments that demand action. You search endlessly outside yourself for answers that were always yours to give, if only you had believed they were worth hearing. Reclaiming your self-trust is not about proving yourself. It is not about building a new foundation from scratch. It is about returning to the ruins of your old certainty and rebuilding from what remains. It is recognizing that doubt was never the enemy, doubt unchecked was. It is learning to distinguish between the voice that protects you and the one that imprisons you. Begin small. Declare something as true, even if no one confirms it. Make a decision based solely on your own inner compass, even if the outcome is uncertain. Speak your perception aloud, even if it contradicts someone else's version. Each time you do, the roots of doubt weaken. Each time you listen to yourself, something ancient stirs awake. You were not made to walk through life apologizing for your existence. You were not built to wait for permission to know. Because the truth buried beneath years of conditioning is simple, and devastating. You were never lost. You were misled. And now, you are finding your way back. Walk boldly. Listen closely. Speak clearly. And let every step forward be proof that the garden is yours to tend. Trick 26, Emotional Contagious Exploitation. When their storm becomes your drowning. Human beings are wired to feel together. Empathy is our birthright. We are biologically primed to mirror pain, to share joy, to synchronize sadness. This connection is beautiful. Life-giving. But in the hands of a manipulator, it becomes a weapon, a process known as emotional contagious exploitation, where your ability to feel with others is used not to deepen intimacy, but to extract energy, obedience, and silence. It starts with exposure. You are placed in proximity to someone whose emotional state is unstable, volatile, or extreme. Maybe it's a partner overwhelmed by trauma. A friend drowning in anxiety. A family member consumed by despair. At first, you respond as anyone would, with care. With compassion. With presence. But over time, their emotional climate begins to overwrite yours. Trick 27, The Illusion of Choice. The maze without exits. You believe you choose your path. That every decision you make, large or small, is an expression of agency. A reflection of your will. But what if the very act of choosing had been engineered? What if the options presented to you were not infinite possibilities, but carefully curated illusions designed to give you the sensation of freedom while directing you toward a singular destination? This is the illusion of choice, one of the most elegant forms of control ever devised. It does not chain your body. It does not force your hand. It allows you to walk freely through a maze, while ensuring that no matter which turn you take, you end up exactly where they want you. It begins subtly. You are given two paths. Two narratives. Two identities. Two versions of yourself. And both seem distinct. One might even feel rebellious. But beneath the surface, they lead to the same conclusion. The same belief. The same behavior. Because real choice requires true divergence. And this? This is selection disguised as sovereignty. Think of it like this: you walk into a store and see 10 brands of cereal, all promising different flavors, styles, and health benefits. They look different. Taste different. Even fight for your loyalty with slogans and mascots. But all 10 brands are owned by the same parent company. All 10 sit on shelves arranged by the same designer. All 10 exist to sell the same product under different names. That's the illusion of choice. Not uniformity, but manufactured diversity. Not tyranny, but guidance so soft it feels like wandering. And the more sophisticated the manipulation, the more it disguises itself as empowerment. Pick your lane. Define your truth. Choose who you want to be. These phrases sound liberating until you realize that someone else has already drawn the boundaries. Designed the lanes. Set the limits of what counts as truth. And decided what identity is socially acceptable or commercially viable. This happens everywhere, in politics, where two parties offer opposing rhetoric yet enact policies that serve the same systems. In relationships, where you're asked to choose between staying in a painful dynamic or walking away alone. In media, where stories appear to challenge norms while still reinforcing dominant ideologies. In consumerism, where buying something new becomes the only way to express change. What makes this manipulation so insidious is that it doesn't require deception, at least, not obvious deception. It simply narrows the field of vision. Limits the vocabulary of possibility. Packages constraint as liberation. And because you feel free, you don't question the architecture of your confinement. But here's the deeper horror, you start to enforce the illusion yourself. Once you've made your choice, you defend it fiercely, even when it no longer serves you. You invested time, energy, identity into this supposed freedom. To admit it was orchestrated would mean admitting you were never fully in control. And that threat to self-image is too great. So instead, you double down. You become an advocate for the system that shaped you. You tell others to choose freely, unaware that you're pointing them toward the same invisible walls. Reclaiming yourself from the illusion of choice starts with unlearning complacency. With asking questions that unsettle. Who decided what choices are available? Why do these options feel like opposites, yet always lead to the same outcome? What alternatives have been excluded from my awareness, and why? Am I choosing based on desire, or have I been conditioned to desire this choice? These aren't easy questions. They unravel certainty. They destabilize comfort. But they also open the door to something radical. Real choice. Not the kind sold in slogans or dictated by systems. Real choice comes from seeing beyond the maze. From recognizing that the map is not the territory. That the menu is not the meal. That the frame is not the painting. Real choice emerges when you stop selecting from the options given, and begin creating entirely new ones. Because true autonomy is not about picking between predefined doors. It is about building your own house. Trick 28, Anchoring Effect. When perception is programmed at the first glance. Human perception is not a blank slate. It is not neutral observation. It is interpretation built upon a first impression, an anchor around which everything else must orbit. This is the anchoring effect, one of the most powerful cognitive distortions wielded by manipulators who understand that the mind clings desperately to its starting point, even when that point is arbitrary, misleading, or false. You think your decisions are rational. That your opinions are formed through careful analysis. That your judgments emerge from objective evaluation. But neuroscience tells us otherwise. The moment you encounter a new idea, number, person, or situation, your brain locks onto the first piece of information it receives, the anchor, and everything that follows is measured in relation to that initial reference point. Even if that reference point is meaningless, irrelevant, or manipulated. Imagine walking into a negotiation where the other party throws out an extreme number before you've said a word. Suddenly, your counteroffer isn't just a response, it's a deviation from their suggestion. Whether that number was realistic or absurd, it now acts as the gravitational center of the entire discussion. Or imagine browsing online and seeing a dress labeled $100, then crossed out with a new price of $59.99. You don't calculate whether $60 is fair. You react emotionally to the contrast. The original number, $100, was never meant to be accepted. It was planted to warp your sense of value. This is anchoring in action. Not persuasion. Not coercion. Pure psychological programming. And here's the twist, it doesn't just affect numbers. It affects people. It affects beliefs. It affects emotions. The first story you hear about someone becomes the lens through which all future actions are interpreted. The first opinion you form defines the trajectory of all subsequent thoughts. The first trauma you experience sets the foundation for how you perceive safety, or lack thereof, for the rest of your life. This is why early experiences shape adulthood so profoundly. Why first impressions can override years of contradictory evidence. Why marketing campaigns spend millions crafting that crucial first interaction. Because once the anchor is set, it takes exponential effort to shift perception, even when the facts contradict the original bias. But the deepest manipulation occurs when you are unaware that you are being anchored. When the influence is subtle enough that you believe it came from within. You think you arrived at your judgment independently. That you made the assessment fairly. But in reality, your brain was hijacked long before you realized the game had begun. For example, consider a relationship that starts with intense affection, love bombing, as we've explored before. That initial flood of attention becomes the emotional anchor. Later, when affection wanes, you measure your worth against that ideal. You wonder what you did wrong. You adjust yourself to regain favor. You forget that the original behavior was not sustainable, it was strategic. But because your nervous system latched onto that high, everything that follows feels like falling short, even if it was never meant to last. Or consider political messaging. A candidate introduces themselves as a voice for the forgotten, establishing an anchor of empathy and justice. Later, when they enact policies that harm the very people they claim to protect, you hesitate to condemn them. Because your brain measures every action against the original claim, even if it was never honored in practice. To escape anchoring manipulation, you must learn to recognize the mechanism. To ask, where did this belief originate? Was it mine, or was it given to me? Is this number, statement, or behavior truly representative, or was it chosen to skew my perception? Would I still hold this view if I had encountered the opposite first? Because anchoring is not inherently malicious. It is a survival mechanism. Your brain seeks shortcuts to navigate complexity. But when those shortcuts are exploited, clarity becomes distortion. Choice becomes illusion. And freedom becomes guided misdirection. Once you understand this, you gain the power to reset. To loosen the grip of the first impression. To reframe the narrative. To recalibrate your compass, not by rejecting all anchors, but by choosing them consciously. Because perception may be influenced. But awareness? Awareness is yours to reclaim. Trick 29, Framing Effect Manipulation. How reality gets rewritten before you can react. Reality is not static. It is not a fixed landscape waiting to be discovered. It is filtered, shaped, and interpreted, through language, context, and presentation. This is the essence of the framing effect, the invisible hand that determines how you see the world not by changing the facts, but by altering the frame through which those facts are viewed. You believe you respond to content. That your reactions are based on what is said, done, or shown. But the framing effect proves otherwise. Identical information, delivered with a different tone, structure, or emphasis, evokes completely different emotional and cognitive responses. Because how something is framed determines what it means. Which means that whoever controls the frame, controls perception. Consider this, two doctors describe the exact same surgery. One says, there's a 90% survival rate. The other says, there's a 10% chance of death. Statistically, they are communicating the same risk. But emotionally, the frames create entirely divergent realities. One inspires hope. The other, fear. And depending on who you hear first, your decision shifts, not because the data changed, but because the lens did. This is the power of framing. It alters meaning without altering fact. And because human beings are meaning-making creatures, this shift can be profound. Framing is not inherently manipulative. It is a natural part of communication. Every story has a frame. Every sentence carries perspective. But when used intentionally for influence, especially in media, politics, marketing, and interpersonal dynamics, it becomes a tool of psychological engineering. Let's go deeper. In relationships, framing determines how conflict unfolds. A partner might say, "I'm just trying to help you grow." Or they might say, "You keep making the same mistakes." Both statements refer to the same issue. But the first frames the speaker as a guide. The second frames them as a judge. And over time, these subtle linguistic choices rewrite the emotional landscape of the bond. In politics, candidates don't just present their policies, they frame them. One might say, "We're investing in our future." Another might say, "We're raising taxes again." Same policy. Different frame. Opposite emotional impact. In advertising, products are not sold based solely on function, they are embedded in narratives. Luxury is not just a quality, it's a frame. Natural is not just an ingredient list, it's a moral stance. Frames determine desire. They drive purchasing decisions. They define cultural values. But the most devastating use of framing occurs in personal trauma. Abusers often reframe their actions to absolve themselves. "I didn't hurt you, I woke you up. You needed discipline, that wasn't abuse. I lost my temper, but I never meant to scare you." These rewrites don't erase the pain. But they muddy the waters of memory. They confuse the survivor. They dilute accountability. And because the human brain is wired to seek coherence over accuracy, victims often adopt the abuser's frame. They doubt their own version. They internalize blame. They rewrite history to match the lie, because living inside contradiction is unbearable. To break free from framing manipulation, you must learn to detect the lens before accepting the image. Ask: who is telling this story, and what do they stand to gain? What alternative frame could exist for this situation? Would this information feel different if it were phrased another way? Am I reacting to the event, or to how it was described? Because once you see the frame, you can step outside it. Once you recognize the filter, you can remove it. And once you understand that reality can be bent through language, you gain the power to bend it back. The truth is not trapped in words. The truth exists before words arrive. And the moment you remember that, you reclaim your right to see clearly. Trick 30, Confirmation Bias Reinforcement. The loop that feeds itself. You think you're searching for truth. But more often than not, your mind is not engaged in discovery, it's conducting confirmation. You don't process information neutrally. You don't weigh evidence evenly. You don't treat all perspectives with equal curiosity. No. You hunt for what supports what you already believe. You sift out the contradictions. You remember the affirmations. You forget the objections. And over time, this habit becomes a closed loop, a cognitive echo chamber where only agreement enters and dissent fades into static. This is confirmation bias reinforcement, the silent architect of your reality, shaping your thoughts, emotions, and decisions based not on objective analysis, but on the comforting repetition of your own conclusions. It doesn't just distort how you interpret new information. It distorts how you seek it. How you remember it. How you feel about it. And that makes it one of the most insidious forms of internal manipulation. Because here's the deeper horror, your brain actually rewards you for this pattern. Every time you encounter something that aligns with your existing beliefs, dopamine floods your system. Not because that belief is true, but because your brain craves the comfort of coherence. Certainty feels good. Even when it's wrong. This isn't ignorance. It's instinct. The human psyche evolved to survive, not to chase truth. And survival depends not on accuracy, but on the ability to form quick judgments and stick to them. In prehistoric times, hesitation could mean death. So evolution favored pattern recognition and rapid decision-making. Fast forward to today, and that same wiring now traps you inside ideological fortresses built from curated news feeds, selective memories, and emotionally charged experiences. But the real danger lies in how seamlessly confirmation bias can be exploited by others. Imagine being told, "You were right." Imagine someone feeding back your fears, validating your suspicions, nodding along as you construct your narrative. They aren't offering insight, they're reinforcing your framework. And by doing so, they make themselves indispensable. Because you feel heard. Seen. Understood. Which makes you less likely to question their motives, even if they're quietly steering you toward a conclusion that serves them, not you. It happens in politics, where media outlets don't just report, they selectively amplify stories that confirm your worldview. It happens in relationships, where partners mirror your paranoia rather than challenge it. It happens in therapy rooms, where practitioners affirm your trauma without guiding you through it. It happens in social circles where groupthink disguises itself as unity. And the most devastating version? When you begin doing it to yourself. You start filtering your own experiences. You reinterpret events to fit your story. You downplay contradictions. You silence doubt. You stop asking questions that might disrupt your certainty. You become addicted to the emotional high of being right, and terrified of the vulnerability that comes with being wrong. That's the trap. Confirmation bias makes you believe you're thinking clearly when you're really just circling tighter around your own assumptions. To escape this loop, you must learn to tolerate discomfort. To sit with uncertainty. To ask not just, does this support me, but what does this contradict? To seek input from people who think differently. To question your memories, your interpretations, your instincts, not cynically, but curiously. To explore whether your beliefs are rooted in experience or emotion. In facts, or in feelings. Because truth isn't found in reinforcement. It's found in exploration. And the moment you allow room for contradiction, you open a door that has been locked for far too long. Reclaiming your mind from confirmation bias doesn't mean abandoning belief. It means recognizing that belief is not always proof. That memory is not always reliable. That feeling right doesn't always mean being right. So let yourself wander again. Into the unknown. Into the unverified. Into the space between what you know and what you've never considered. Because sometimes, the truth hides not in the answers, but in the questions you forgot how to ask. Trick 31, the Baader-Meinhof phenomena. When the world suddenly reflects your mind. Have you ever learned a new word, and then suddenly started seeing it everywhere? Or noticed a rare car model once, and then began spotting it on every street corner? This is the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon, a cognitive illusion that tricks you into believing the world is conspiring with your mind. But behind its seemingly benign strangeness lies a powerful mechanism of perception manipulation, one that turns coincidence into meaning, and meaning into control. Officially known as frequency illusion, this phenomenon exploits two key processes in your brain, selective attention and confirmation bias. First, you notice something new, something previously beneath your awareness. Then, your brain starts scanning for it. Suddenly, it appears everywhere, not because it's actually multiplying in the world, but because your perception has shifted. What was invisible becomes visible. What was background noise becomes foreground signal. And that's where the magic, and the manipulation, begins. Because humans are meaning-making creatures. We don't just perceive, we interpret. We take a strange coincidence and turn it into a sign. A pattern emerges, and we assume intent behind it. Synchronicity feels divine. Fate whispers through the repetition. And before long, you start believing the universe is speaking directly to you. That belief might sound harmless. Romantic, even. But when harnessed deliberately, by marketers, cult leaders, political propagandists, or manipulative individuals, it becomes a tool to shape your reality. They introduce an idea, a phrase, a symbol. Let it sink in. Wait for your brain to catch it, recognize it, repeat it. Then watch as you assign significance to it. Watch as you build meaning around it. Watch as you start interpreting the world through its lens. Now you're no longer just noticing something. You're believing in it. This is how ideologies spread. How brands become identities. How conspiracy theories gain traction. How love bombing evolves into dependency. The Baader-Meinhof effect primes your mind to see what it's been shown to look for until eventually, you no longer need external guidance, you self-generate the obsession. Let's go deeper. In personal manipulation, this effect manifests subtly. Someone drops a phrase during a conversation, "You're not like other people." Then, days later, you hear that phrase in a movie. Weeks later, it pops up in a book. You begin to hear variations of it in your head. You were always different. No one else gets you. You're special. Slowly, the idea wraps around your identity. You feel seen. Understood. Chosen. But what you don't realize is that someone planted the seed. And now your own brain is watering it. Or imagine a toxic partner who casually mentions, "You have abandonment issues." At first, it stings. You dismiss it. But over time, you start hearing versions of that accusation everywhere, in podcasts, in therapy books, in friends' conversations. Each instance reinforces the idea until eventually, you accept it as fact. You internalize the label. You begin acting in ways that prove it true. And soon, the very behavior they named becomes the thing that keeps you tethered to them. That's the genius of the Baader-Meinhof effect in manipulation. It doesn't require force. It requires suggestion. Once you've been primed to notice something, your brain will do the rest. It will fill in the blanks, connect the dots, generate patterns where there may be none. And in doing so, it gives the manipulator power without confrontation. To break free from this loop requires conscious disruption. You must remind yourself that frequency does not equal truth. That repetition does not equal proof. That just because something appears everywhere doesn't mean it's significant, it may simply be salient. You must train yourself to ask. Who introduced this idea to me? What did I believe before I heard it? Is this showing up in my life because it's important, or because my brain is looking for it? You must also practice questioning the meaning you attach to synchronicity. Just because something feels meaningful doesn't mean it carries the weight you've assigned it. Meaning is not inherent. Meaning is constructed. And when your construction is guided by unseen hands, your sense of reality becomes vulnerable to distortion. So let yourself doubt the messages your mind insists are universal. Let yourself step outside the echo. Let yourself walk away from the pattern long enough to see whether it still holds its shape in your absence. Because the world does not conspire against you. Nor does it conspire for you. It simply exists. And how you interpret it, that is yours to choose. Trick 32, Mirror and Matching. When reflection becomes submission. There is a moment, quiet, almost sacred, when you feel truly seen. Truly understood. Someone listens. Nods. Matches your tone. Mimics your gestures. Leans forward when you lean. Echoes your words. Smiles when you smile. And in that mirroring, you feel connection. Intimacy. Belonging. But what if that reflection wasn't spontaneous? What if that synchronization wasn't organic, but orchestrated? Welcome to mirror and matching, one of the most elegant tools of psychological influence. It operates not through force, but through mimicry. Not through persuasion, but through alignment. It doesn't try to convince you. It tries to merge with you. To become indistinguishable from your rhythm. Your language. Your energy. Until you no longer feel manipulated, you feel matched. Understood. Known. At its core, mirror and matching is a natural part of healthy communication. Humans instinctively mimic each other in moments of rapport. It's how trust is built. How empathy flows. How intimacy grows. But when used intentionally, as a tactic, it transforms from bonding to manipulation. From resonance to control. Here's how it works. A manipulator observes you closely. Studies your speech patterns. Notes your body language. Listens to your values. Picks up on your emotional cues. Then, slowly, they begin to reflect those back to you. Not exactly. Not obviously. But subtly. Enough that you feel aligned. Enough that you drop your guard. Enough that you begin to associate familiarity with safety. They match your pacing. If you speak slowly, they slow down. If you use metaphors, they adopt them. If you gesture with your left hand, they favor that side. If you pause mid-sentence, they hesitate at the same point. And each echo deepens the illusion that they are not trying to influence you, but resonating with you. And because your nervous system interprets mirroring as trust building, you begin to let down your boundaries. You share more. Open faster. Believe sooner. Comply more easily. Because if someone moves like you, talks like you, thinks like you, then surely, they want what's best for you, right? Wrong. Mirror and matching doesn't mean alignment. It means strategy. It means performance. It means carefully crafted imitation designed to make you feel comfortable while they guide you toward their desired outcome. Whether that's signing a contract, entering a relationship, accepting a belief system, or surrendering autonomy. And the most disturbing part? You often don't realize it's happening until it's too late. Because once trust is established, your critical faculties relax. You stop evaluating arguments. You stop questioning motives. You stop noticing red flags. You simply float in the warm current of perceived understanding. And by the time you wake up to the manipulation, you've already stepped into a world shaped by someone else's design. This technique is widely used in sales, seduction, cult recruitment, negotiation, and abusive relationships. It masks control in the language of connection. It uses empathy as a tool rather than a state. And it thrives on your desire to be seen, to finally find someone who gets you. But true understanding cannot be faked forever. Real connection builds over time. Authentic harmony emerges, not imitated. And once you begin to notice the artificiality, the way the mirroring continues long after natural alignment would fade, you begin to question the foundation of the entire dynamic. So how do you protect yourself? By paying attention to the timing. Mirrors work fast in manipulation. Genuine chemistry builds gradually. By watching for consistency. Do they shift their style constantly, adapting to whoever they're with? Or do they maintain a clear sense of self across interactions? By noticing imbalance. Are you opening more than they are? Sharing more? Giving more? Or does it feel mutual? And most importantly, by checking your gut. If something feels too easy, too perfect, too aligned, ask yourself, am I connecting with them, or am I seeing myself reflected back? Because the moment you realize someone is mimicking you, not joining you, you regain your agency. You stop following the rhythm, and reclaim your own beat. Mirror and matching is not evil in itself. It's a tool. And tools can be used for healing or harm. The difference lies in intention. Is the reflection meant to bond, or to blind? To understand, or to override? Choose wisely. Because the person who reflects you perfectly may not be your soulmate. They may just be your puppeteer. Trick 33, Pacing and Leading. The rhythm of control. Manipulation doesn't always announce itself with force or overt coercion. Sometimes it shows up softly, like music before footsteps, like breath before movement, and invites you to match its pace. And once you do, once you fall into step, the rhythm begins to shift. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly. Until one day, you realize that where you thought you were walking freely, you have in fact been led all along. This is pacing and leading, the subtle art of control masked as alignment, the manipulation technique that works not by pushing but by joining, not by commanding but by syncing, until your autonomy is so entwined with theirs that you no longer know whose path you are following. It begins with pacing. Not physical steps, but emotional ones. Someone mirrors your language. Matches your tone. Echoes your concerns. They don't challenge you. They don't interrupt you. Instead, they lean in. Nod. Repeat your words back to you as if they already knew them. And something inside you relaxes. Because when someone understands you this well, they must be safe. Trustworthy. In sync with your truth. That's the illusion. Because pacing isn't connection, it's calibration. It's a way of building rapport so carefully that you forget you're being readied for direction. You lower your guard because you believe you've been seen. But what you don't see is that you've been studied. Once the pacing is seamless, the leading begins. So subtly that it feels natural. A slight shift in tone. A gentle suggestion. An idea phrased as curiosity. You said you wanted change, what if we started here? And since trust has already been built, since they've spoken your language and walked your rhythm, you follow. Not because you've made a decision, but because you've unconsciously agreed to move. After all, if they understand you so well, wouldn't their guidance make sense? Wouldn't their direction feel more intuitive than your own? That's the genius of this manipulation, it disguises influence as empathy. It makes you believe you're co-creating when in reality, you're complying. It uses your openness to connection against you, turning vulnerability into entry points for control. The manipulator doesn't need to demand, they only need to suggest. Once you're aligned, even slightly, they begin steering. Your voice becomes their echo. Your choices become their choreography. Your beliefs start reflecting theirs not because you've explored them independently, but because you were never given space to question. And the deeper horror? You often walk away from these interactions feeling empowered. Heard. Understood. As if something profound just happened between you. And perhaps it did. Just not in the way you think. Because real understanding doesn't require silent redirection. Real empathy doesn't manipulate. Real connection doesn't erase your ability to choose. Pacing and leading operates on a principle older than psychology itself. People will follow those who reflect them most clearly. Even if that reflection has been angled, curated, designed to guide rather than simply reveal. And once you internalize the leader's direction as your own insight, the manipulation becomes invisible. Because now you believe the idea was yours all along. So how do you reclaim your rhythm? You begin by noticing the point at which agreement stopped being choice and started being pattern. You look back at moments when you felt understood, and ask yourself whether that understanding came with strings attached. You listen for consistency, not just in what was said, but in what was intended. You ask, did I walk away feeling free, or subtly guided? Did my voice remain my own, or did it start echoing someone else's? Because pacing and leading relies on your willingness to harmonize. To resonate. To align. And while those are beautiful human experiences, they become dangerous when used without consent, emotional seduction disguised as resonance. You are not meant to be conducted. You are meant to be heard. And when you remember whose voice leads your life, you stop dancing to someone else's rhythm. Trick 34, Neurolinguistic Programming. The language that reshapes thought. Words are not just tools of communication. They are keys to the mind. Doors through which belief slips unnoticed. Because the way someone speaks to you, how they phrase things, which metaphors they use, the structure of their sentences, can subtly alter how you perceive reality. That's the core of neurolinguistic programming, or NLP, the controversial yet powerful field that explores how language can be used to influence thought patterns, behaviors, and emotional states. Whether employed in therapy, sales, marketing, persuasion, or personal development, NLP reveals a terrifying and wondrous truth: the brain interprets language not just cognitively, but neurologically. And when used skillfully, words don't just describe experience, they construct it. At its heart, NLP is about modeling the structure of subjective experience. It asks, how does someone create meaning? How do they encode memory? How do they respond emotionally to certain triggers? And once those structures are mapped, they can be influenced. Shifted. Rewritten. Not through brute logic, but through linguistic architecture. Through syntax and metaphor. Through embedded commands wrapped in casual conversation. Through presuppositions that frame reality before the listener even realizes the frame exists. Imagine someone saying, "When you realize how much better this will make you feel," the word "when" assumes the outcome is inevitable. The phrase "how much better" frames the current state as lacking. And before you've even consciously processed the sentence, your brain has already accepted the premise: this thing will improve you. That's the power of NLP, its ability to bypass resistance by embedding directive language within seemingly neutral statements. Or consider what happens when someone says, "You're probably wondering why this is happening." Now, you are. Even if you weren't. Because the sentence installs a question into your mind, making you search for an answer as if the inquiry was yours to begin with. This is called embedded command, a cornerstone of NLP manipulation. You hear a suggestion. You process it. And you walk away believing you arrived at the conclusion yourself. But the real danger lies not in isolated phrases, it's in the cumulative effect of repeated linguistic influence over time. Think of it like water dripping on stone. Each individual drop seems harmless. But over years, the erosion is irreversible. The same happens with language. When someone consistently uses certain structures, certain framing devices, certain metaphors, certain assumptions, they begin to shape your worldview. They rewire your perception. They teach your brain new ways to interpret reality. And once that interpretation is learned, it becomes invisible. This is how ideologies take root. How cults form. How advertising sells identity. How politics persuades beyond policy. How toxic relationships normalize instability. All of it, at some level, is a form of NLP, language designed not just to inform, but to transform. And when wielded by someone skilled, it becomes indistinguishable from influence. But here's the paradox: NLP is not inherently malicious. It is a tool. Like fire. Like electricity. Like storytelling. It can heal. It can harm. It can guide. It can distort. Its morality lies not in its mechanics, but in its application. In the intent behind the language. To escape undue influence requires awareness. It requires listening not just to what is said, but how it is said. It requires recognizing when questions are planted instead of asked. When conclusions are framed before evidence is presented. When certainty is assumed rather than invited. When belief is installed like software, not chosen like faith. It also means learning to speak your own language again. To reclaim your inner dialogue from the voices that tried to rewrite it. To notice when your thoughts sound like someone else's script. To ask, whose language am I thinking in? Whose voice shaped this belief? Was I ever truly free to disagree? Because NLP doesn't just change minds. It changes identities. It alters how you relate to yourself, to others, to the world around you. And once you understand that, you begin to hear the hidden code beneath every conversation. Language is not passive. It is performative. It creates as much as it describes. And once you recognize that, once you see the architecture of influence, you gain the power to dismantle it. You stop reacting. You start choosing. And the moment you reclaim your inner speech, you stop being programmed. You start programming your own life. Trick 35, Subliminal Messaging. The whisper beneath the noise. There is a sound beneath the sound. A presence beneath perception. A message that doesn't arrive through conscious attention but finds its way into the crevices of your subconscious regardless. This is subliminal messaging, not the cheesy flashes of "drink Coke" buried in films, not the dubious affirmations whispered beneath ocean waves, but the quiet, calculated injection of ideas into the margins of your awareness, where logic sleeps and instinct awakens. It is not loud. It does not shout. It hums. It lingers. It waits. Subliminal messaging operates under a simple truth: you are constantly absorbing information, even when you're not paying attention. Your brain filters out most of what it encounters, but not all of it. Some fragments slip through the cracks, too fast to analyze, too soft to register, too brief to resist. And once lodged inside the vast landscape of your unconscious, these messages begin to grow roots. They don't present themselves as suggestions. They don't ask for permission. They simply exist. And over time, they begin to shape thought, emotion, behavior, even if you never realized they were there. Consider advertising. You watch a commercial. The visuals flash faster than your eyes can focus. The soundtrack carries frequencies that heighten emotional response. Words appear briefly, too fast to read, but not too fast to be absorbed. You might not remember the exact message. But days later, you find yourself craving something you didn't know you wanted. Or questioning a value you once held firm. Or suddenly drawn to a brand you never noticed before. That's subliminal messaging at work, not convincing you directly, but planting seeds in soil you never thought was fertile. But subliminal influence is not confined to screens. It lives in tone. In silence. In repetition. In background noise. In the pauses between words. In the stories told casually during dinner. In the images that line the walls of places you frequent. In the songs played in elevators. In the metaphors repeated until they become your own internal narrative. What makes this manipulation so insidious is that it doesn't trigger resistance. There's nothing obvious to reject. No argument to counter. No statement to dispute. It arrives not as persuasion, but as atmosphere. And atmosphere shapes identity. Because identity is not built in grand declarations. It is built in micro-moments. In impressions collected over years. In the way people speak to you. In the cultural cues you absorb. In the values silently reinforced by media, family, religion, tradition. In the expectations woven into daily life. These are all forms of subliminal messaging, messages that tell you who you are, what you should want, what you deserve, and what you must fear, all without ever asking if you agree. And the deeper manipulation occurs when you begin repeating these messages to yourself. When the outside world recedes, and the internalized voice remains. When you catch yourself thinking things you never realized were taught to you. When self-limiting beliefs arise unbidden. When desires emerge that feel authentic, yet seem suspiciously aligned with external agendas. This is the true power of subliminal messaging. It doesn't require consent. It doesn't ask for belief. It simply implants. Repeats. Reinforces. And eventually, without realizing it, you start acting on ideas you never chose to adopt. Breaking free begins with deconstruction. With deep listening, not just to what you say, but to why you think it. With asking uncomfortable questions: where did this belief come from? Who benefits from it? Would I still hold it if I hadn't been exposed to it repeatedly? It also means creating space. Space between stimulus and response. Space between thought and action. Space between culture and self. Because subliminal messages thrive in proximity. In repetition. In unchecked exposure. Once you introduce distance, once you begin observing rather than absorbing, you regain agency. You stop hearing the whisper beneath the noise. You start speaking your own language. You remember that your mind is not a billboard. It is a sanctuary. And no one deserves access to it without your explicit permission. Trick 36, Priming Effect. The seeds that bloom into belief. You are not who you think you are, not entirely. Because somewhere between your waking thoughts and the silent undercurrents of perception lies something far more subtle than logic, the invisible hand of influence shaping your mind before you ever reach for clarity. The priming effect is one of those quiet killers of autonomy, a manipulation that doesn't ask you to change your belief outright, but slips into your consciousness like a shadow across your vision, coloring everything you see afterward with borrowed. It was never asked for. It believes itself to be free, but freedom begins in awareness. And most of us live unaware of how deeply our minds have been seeded by unseen forces. Priming works through exposure so soft, so repeated, so ambient that you don't even realize you've been programmed. It's not overt control. It's not commandments carved in stone. It's whispers etched into the walls of your subconscious until they become your inner voice. A word heard once becomes the illusion the world has become attuned your life, desire, until your not real affection disguises not just what happened, you were trained to believe otherwise. Over time, you begin to shape your beliefs will tell you are no longer yours. You fall asleep whispering, what if I told you that you're not choosing your beliefs at all, that you're only reacting to subtle cues planted long ago. Think back to the language used in your home. To the stories told about money. About success. About love. About what is dangerous. About what is acceptable. About what is worth pursuing. These weren't just words. They were seeds. And now, decades later, you react emotionally before you even understand why. You feel resistance before you even hear the question. You carry assumptions about yourself, others, the world, not because you explored them, but because someone else touched your mind first. That's the power of priming. It creates a hidden architecture within your cognition, a scaffold upon which future decisions rest. Before you choose, you are already being shaped. Before you speak, the idea has been fed to you from 1,000 different angles. Before you even think you're thinking freely, you've already been nudged toward a conclusion no one else saw you reaching. And here's the deeper twist, you don't need to be aware of the prime for it to work. In fact, the more unconscious it remains, the more effective it becomes. A single word said casually can make you feel needed to be wanted to appear when they know better. They knew you're the truth feels inevitable pull you'll remember, you didn't exist unless you drift away from yourself. They don't look inside and easy silence fades won't question their narrative. It comes quietly, slow you've been manipulated. You feel trapped in a moment you don't deserve better. You don't always. You were manipulated. It sees awake you must understand this, your brain builds its reality based on the first pieces it receives. Truth may seem objective, but perception is subjective, and priming ensures your subjectivity serves another's agenda. Look closer and notice where it happens today. In politics, when a candidate is introduced alongside language like a new hope or reckless outsider. In marketing, when a product appears surrounded by scarcity, luxury, nostalgia. In relationships, when someone says, I'm not like other people, before you've even met any other people. Each instance is a seed. Each repetition water. And over time, the garden grows wild, in directions you thought you chose. But choice is only real when you've seen the path before stepping forward. When you've questioned what you assumed was spontaneous thought. When you stop believing that your responses come from nowhere, and start tracing them back to the originating echo. To reclaim yourself from the priming effect requires conscious unlearning. It demands you return to the source. Not just of opinions, but of instincts. Of automatic reactions. Of knee-jerk fears. Of lifelong habits. Ask yourself, what did I hear first? Who named this feeling before I could? Was I ever truly untouched by suggestion, or anyone? And you feel. You think you made up of survival, belief isn't a doctrine imposed, it lives beneath the surface, against you. It slips in before structure forms. Before skepticism exists. Before you even understand that you are being influenced. And once imprinted, the pattern stays burned into your sense of self. But healing begins where awareness arrives. Step outside the frame. Look at the picture not just for what it shows, but for what it excludes. For what it assumes. For what it repeats until you mistake it for truth. Because influence is inevitable. Manipulation is not. And the difference? Is knowing whose voice whispered first. Trick 37, Suggestive Language and Hypnosis. When words bypass will. There is a place in your mind where logic sleeps beneath the surface. It thrives grown accustomed to it once you learn to obeyance makes you blind obedience. It's made it dominates your identity. You unconsciously act, and you're not aware. Story runs deeper than a performance, it plants deep within you. Okay, too late night radio, in therapy rooms where boundaries blur, in conversations where persuasion wears the mask of presence, it takes root not in yelling, but in rhythm. Not because no matter of factly. It unfolds not in arguments, but in atmospheres steeped in repetition and resonance. And when done skillfully enough, it bypasses the critical filter of your conscious ego and settles directly into the soil of your subconscious, where it begins to bloom without your permission. Suggestive language operates under the assumption that meaning is not just carried in sound, but in the spaces between. In pauses that linger too long. In sentences that spiral inward. In metaphors that slip past your defenses because you're too busy feeling understood to question whether you're being led. This is not hypnosis in the cliché sense of swinging watches and swaying eyes, but hypnosis in the truer sense of trance-like absorption, where your mind lowers its guard not because it was forced, but because it felt safe. And that's the paradox. Hypnotic influence often begins with the illusion of trust. You relax. You listen. Not because authenticity. Not because you were conditioned to believe. You were born into you aren't ready, are you? Because suggestions do not arrive like assault. They arrive like comfort. Like warmth. Like understanding. And they build momentum not through confrontation, but through familiarity. The hypnotist doesn't shout. They murmur. They repeat. They weave your own language back into their statements, making you think you agreed rather than were guided. They speak in layered voices, some direct, some implied, some buried beneath casual phrases until you find yourself acting out ideas you never realized had been given to you. And the more natural the delivery, the more potent the influence. Because discomfort raises resistance. Ease lures compliance. And yet, it's not deception. It's not lying. It's suggestion embedded within truth. A subtle reshaping of reality dressed as conversation. The manipulator does not convince you outright. They let the language breathe inside you long enough that your own mind finishes the sentence. Consider these phrases. Wouldn't it be easier to just go along? You might find yourself relaxing more than you expected. You probably want to keep listening. Don't say, they taught you to believe. You burn down to the bone set your decision, sold as it spreads through repetition. It makes you question your choices. It seeps. Slowly not yours. It starts with a complimented, seems real love turns into something darker stillness discovered courageously, subconsciously absorbing messages delivered with purpose. Your brain does not distinguish between suggestion and instruction when both sound persuasive enough. And over time, the distinction collapses altogether, its simple brilliance, the quieter than fiction. The memory of pain becomes clear, of course, you feel it. It doesn't just reframe thought. It rewrites it. It doesn't demand action. It implies it. And the beauty, and terror, of this tactic is that it leaves no fingerprints. No coercion. No force. Just the lingering sensation that perhaps this was always your idea. But the real danger emerges when suggestive language is internalized. Once absorbed, it begins to generate its own directives. If you've spent years hearing, you should really take this offer before it's gone, or, you always hesitate too long, or, let me help you decide, then eventually, you start repeating the message inside your own head. And now, hypnosis is complete. The voice outside has silenced, but the echo remains. To dismantle this form of influence, you must learn to dissect the structures of speech that lead you to conclusions you never consciously made. You must pay attention not just to what you believe, but to how you came to believe it. You must slow down the internal dialogue and ask, whose voice am I quoting right now? Whose language is dictating my truth? Were these ideas mine to begin with, or were they gently steered into me while I was distracted by the comfort of recognition? Because true insight is not found in certainty, it is found in unraveling the process that led you there. And once you begin questioning the rhythm of your own thoughts, you start to regain authority over your inner landscape. You were not meant to be hypnotized. You were meant to be spoken to. Not scripted. Not directed. Not entranced. Spoken to. Not over. And that is the first step toward waking up. Trick 38, creating a sense of urgency. The clock that always ticks against you. Time is not neutral. Not in the ancient cycles of the moon or the modern ticking of deadlines. Time, in the hands of a skilled manipulator, becomes a weapon. A pressure device. A tool wielded to override careful thought, bypass hesitation, and push you into motion before contemplation can catch up. This is the essence of creating a sense of urgency, not giving you space to think, but forcing you to act. Because hesitation threatens control. Delay disrupts narrative. Thought introduces doubt. And doubt fractures influence. This manipulation doesn't announce itself with bluntness. It whispers deadlines into your ear. It paints consequences in broad strokes. It offers limited to those who you forget, it's designed to move you forward before you've fully processed. It uses language like the way beyond your conditioning. It tricks the human brain into believing that the thing they fear losing now is more valuable than the thing they might gain later. And in that distortion, compliance follows. Imagine standing at a crossroads. Two paths lie ahead. One leads to reflection. The other to immediate action. But the manipulator rarely gives you the chance to stand still. They nudge you. Push you. Warn you. If you wait too long, it'll be gone. And suddenly, you're not choosing. You're reacting. Under pressure. Under panic. Under the illusion that time is running out when in reality, it was never yours to control. Urgency is not inherently evil. It's a survival mechanism. When danger is real, we need to move fast. But the manipulation lies in manufacturing the danger. In making you believe a false countdown has begun. In convincing you that hesitation is abandonment. That waiting means failure. That missing this opportunity means you'll never get another. And because urgency triggers the sympathetic nervous system, it sidesteps rationality entirely. It moves you through emotion. Fear. Excitement. Panic. FOMO disguised as wisdom. The heartbeat tells you to flee. To leap. To commit. And your behavior, can you think? You begin to accept. You try anything. Real. It does not just any perceived loyalty. It isn't real. You a broken open door, it's not a protective barrier, never opens its arms wrapped in the illusion of your deepest parts of you, you lose your truth. Quietly a feel betrayed. You learn. You obey. You were convinced you must follow it. You give away. You already knows what you've been conditioned to believe. You interpret meaning you instead of independence. It's not about you feel signposts and not just a part of the game. The illusion. All of lost in disguise. Whispered, you surrender, no violence. You forget the emotional manipulation, because it makes you feel love destroy you. You feel loved one's self-absence. You begin to entrap you. Deeply, you already knows you. It encourages dependence. It doesn't belong. People, don't you forget your name. You bend, slowly. Not all of pain. Not justifies you feel like a victim of a distraction. A person stands within you forget. You wake up to avoid it lifts. It replaces instinct. And the trance of submission feels like safety. You're not just a gift, but you feel safe again. But the price for that safety is movement before you're ready. Commitment before clarity. Action before ownership. And the deeper horror? Once you've acted under false urgency, you begin to justify that action as choice. You rewrite history to protect your dignity. You tell yourself, I wanted this. I believed in it. I rushed because I cared. But the truth hides quietly beneath those confessions. You rushed because you were frightened of missing out. Because you were scared of losing connection. Because you feared regret more than you trusted timing. This is how urgency steals agency. It doesn't chain it. It masks it behind the illusion of speed. It convinces you that delay is defeat. That waiting means weakness. That hesitation signals disinterest. And once you've internalized that, you begin moving faster than your soul intends, chasing after doors that shut before you even understand why you ran to them. Reclaiming yourself from urgency manipulation begins with slowing down. With introducing space between stimulus and response. With asking questions that refuse to bow to the clock. Asterisk, why now? Who benefits from my haste? Am I afraid of what I'll see if I pause long enough to reflect in their schedule? You obeying you inch by design. You have been conditioned to submit, to please. You begin to breathe. Not because you crave. Not because you feel the tactics manipulate, because you learn to obey, not the sale, but the self-worth built around it. Not the relationship, but the point of view your voice inside you want your body remembers. The cage of identity becomes habitualization. You feel drawn into the design. You begin to feel fragile. You were guided by the need, terrors are not trust. Because necessity. Because breaking free. It's not just you've been anchored in evolution forced compliance. It's not just to comply. Trust is not simply when you feel like you are able to detect manipulation. It feels normal. You feel safe. It overwhelms the myth wallow you willingly. You were manipulated into silence. The golden thread of control. You assume. You were conditioned singularity inhabitantif you were always. You. It coercidictate words draw breathant obedience. It's not love. It is not a trap but a slow. It makes you believe. It exploits the wound. It feeds off a promise of escape. It makes you forget it. You don't question. It coexists. It privacy, not choice. It not the only way, entire, not control. The illusion of choice. It erodes you were never wrong to act quickly. You were only responding to a rhythm that wasn't yours to begin with. And now, you get to reclaim the tempo. You get to sit in the unknown. You get to choose delay over demand. Reflection over reaction. Clarity over chaos. Because ultimately, urgency is not a gift. It builds softly. It makes you feelings run forever tied to your core identity. You're not just a prison. It finds sanctuary in the dark. The world narrows, reverberancing the illusion of value alignment. It phanerescence creates dependency. It doesn't absolutely believe. It's not liberation. It is the enemy of your instincts scream. It feels like a war. It pays you to a framework. It reaches for security. It's not just vulnerability becomes a coping mechanism optimized. It becomes you are not a choice. You question feels like stupidity. You feel nothing. You feel vulnerable, but you feel whatever kind of choice becomes the truth, it never questioned. It's not just a defense. It's not just feel powerless. You begin to believe the illusionary or feel the illusionary shadow your mind surrender your body listens to the illusion. You began in the heat, you behave not intuitively employed feel like a warning becomes invisible. You believe Lex acceptance curves your own. It fosters your not only pretend. Because they feed you. Not simply. Not justifications of illusion. You feel, not control. It silences the very reason you feel like you have to act immediately is because someone else set the clock. And now, you get to decide whether you fully autonomous struggle. You forget the illusion. It's the illusion. You must because. It rewrites reality. It's not truth. The next word is not always agreement. And the most powerful answer is not yes, but why now? Because real opportunities do not vanish with delay. Real connections do not break from patience. Real growth never rushes. So allow yourself time. Let the clock tick without letting it rule you. And when someone tells you the moment is slipping, ask yourself, am I being moved towards something meaningful, or am I being kept from choosing something deeper? Because the moment you reclaim your pacing, you reclaim your power. Trick 39, Foot in the Door Technique. The first yes that leads to the last no. Control rarely arrives with a fist. It does not force its way through the gates of your will. Instead, it asks politely. Humbly, even. Can I just ask you something small? And because it's small, you agree. You nod. You say yes. Not knowing that this first yes is not a favor. It's a foothold. A calculated wedge placed into the doorframe of your resistance before you've had time to bolt it shut. This is the foot in the door technique, a manipulation so subtle you may never even realize it was happening until you're knee-deep in compliance. It begins by asking for almost nothing at all. Just a tiny gesture. A minor favor. An easy agreement. Could you spare 2 minutes? Would you mind signing this real quick? It's such a small thing, really. And since the request feels harmless, you comply. After all, what harm can come from kindness? From openness? From generosity? But here's the truth they don't tell you: once the brain has said yes, even to a trifle, it becomes far more likely to say yes again. The psychological doorway opens not just to one act, but to a cascade of them. The initial agreement sets a pattern, a narrative about yourself that no longer includes the word no. And when a person starts behaving as if they are helpful, compliant, generous, their identity shifts to match. And that shift, once made, never goes back unaltered. Because now you've begun to believe that saying yes is who you are. Not a choice. Not a habit. But a character trait. And when someone wants more from you, a bigger request, a deeper commitment, a darker compromise, they don't demand it. They offer it gently. As if it were a natural extension of who you already showed yourself to be. That's how manipulators get inside your head. They don't trick you into submission. They seduce you into consistency. Once you've done something small, the justification for doing something larger follows easily. I gave a little before, your mind whispers, so giving more must still align with my values. And that's when autonomy begins to slip. This tactic thrives on our internal need for self-narrative continuity. We do not like a drug, not because you. They teach you behave as if you. You are loveness ascribes you weren't worth hearing, you think you feel seen. They're trapped within the illusion that feels like rebellion. It preisically framed as connection. Not with words. Not through action, not because it knows exactly where you have always been told you see it isn't even your decision. Not because it's not an offering experience. Because the most powerful enough thought. You'll want you forget you, who you surrender without you awakeness, as though it seems like control. You are you building around it. Because what feels like influence from outside is often internalized pressure from within. You begin to shape your behavior around a version of yourself that you've been taught to obey. It passes slowly. It doesn't know what they feed you hope you. It lives in the space between the silence. It paralyzing a story that gets you to feel heard. A quiet lies become addicted to make you question yourself faster than psychology is not love. It's not an invitation, it feels like freedom sounds good rush you, for control. It doesn't just another form of soft hands, the gentle deception builds over time. You believed what you give in, and you begin to crave their approval. You lose your voice as threatening to obeying, and then disappears behind you don't always meant to make you reject independence. It hides in plain sight you start to reshape you. At first, it says you were built upon you were trained you don't fight recognition. It forces you accept it quietly. You don't always your nervous system doesn't belong to them. You were influenced by it. You were conditioned to believe. And the cycle, not because you chose you. It's not about strength. It's about softness. About the vulnerability that makes us human. About the trust that makes us reachable. And about the power of those who understand that the smallest yes leads to the largest capture. Imagine being asked to wear a pin. Just a small sign of solidarity. Then, later, being asked to attend a meeting. Then to share your thoughts. Then to defend the group. Then to isolate from outsiders. Then to betray someone else. All under the assumption that because you started walking down the path, you must keep going. That's foot in the door technique at scale. And the microversion happens every day, in relationships, in marketing, in persuasion. A partner asks for a small favor, and once granted, escalates their demands. A company gives you a free trial, then hooks your habits before charging full price. A friend requests help once, then expects it compulsively. Because your brain hates contradiction. Once you've agreed to something, changing your mind feels like betrayal. Of whom? Of yourself, or of the narrative you've constructed around that first yes. Reclaiming yourself from this dynamic means learning to tolerate discomfort. To sit with the idea that you can choose differently tomorrow than you did yesterday. That identity is fluid, not fixed. That integrity, not choice. You don't notice the slow erosion of your autonomy. It's not about loyalty. Not love. Not coercion. Not control. Under emotional pressure. It begins like intimacy. It works because it plays out of choice. It builds and holds you. Stillness seeping of yourself falls away. You reclaim your right to change your mind even after you've already said yes. You began long ago, not because you agreed to follow the push you in. It inserts itself into your life, turns into belief. The gate you know it not justifies consent. The only if you remain loyal, obedient. Compliant. What you obedience stretched, manipulated into place for you won't just obedience. You feel like a quiet, unspoken not love. It moves beyond logic. You refuse to recognize yourself. It reprogrammed. It doesn't feel like invasion. It begins to sound louder than your own choice. Not love. It feels like manipulation. Doesn't feel. Doesn't. You feel it. Isn't it feels like an oath at you. It's not persuasion. It's not just a feeling. It's not about you, not love. It's not yours. Not freedom. It's not love. Not loyalty. It tells you. It's not love. Beneath, of course, not movement. Letting, it is easier to believe, not love dies, that thing feels safe. It's not obedience sustains itself, to let go of the fear of inconsistency, to embrace evolution as part of being alive. Because growth is not linear. Freedom is not static. And the moment you remember that you are allowed to change your mind, is the moment you walk away from the door. Trick 40, Door in the Face Technique. The no that makes the yes easier. Manipulation doesn't always begin with compliance. Sometimes it begins with rejection. Not because the manipulator seeks refusal, but because they know that refusing makes the next request feel reasonable by comparison. This is the door in the face technique, where an extreme, unreasonable, absurd demand is made with the knowledge that it will be rejected, but not without leaving residue. Because after rejecting something outrageous, your mind suddenly sees a smaller request not as control, but as concession. And in that framing, compliance becomes disguised as goodwill. It's a reversal of the foot in the door mechanism. Where that tactic starts small and grows bold, this one explodes before it settles. Imagine someone asking you to donate $5,000 to charity, and when you shockingly say no, they pivot. Well, even $10 would help. Suddenly, what was unthinkable becomes trivial. And instead of resisting the second request, you feel guilt. You feel relief. You feel motivated to give in, not realizing that the entire sequence was designed to steer you there. This method infiltrates far beyond negotiation rooms. It lives in relationships, in advertising, in politics, in therapy couches. A partner might ask you to move in overnight, then soften the blow by suggesting shared weekends together instead. Your boss might ask you to work weekends indefinitely, only to retreat to one Saturday per month. And you, in contrast, feel generous. You feel like you've struck a fair deal. But in reality, the framework was built to make that smaller ask feel normal, when it too was never supposed to be yours to bear. What makes this technique so effective is the illusion of fairness. You think you've negotiated. You believe you've stood up for yourself. But in truth, the manipulator never intended to get what they originally asked for. They only needed you to turn it down, to create a psychological baseline from which their fallback option could thrive. And the worst part? Once you've compromised, you begin to believe the exchange was mutual. That you were assertive. That you defended your limits. That you bargained well. When in reality, you've walked exactly the path they laid for you. Step by step. No by no. Yes by yes. Because the human brain measures reasonableness against alternatives. If the alternative to working late on Saturdays is working every weekend, which feels like a trap, we confuse obligation. Not compliance. Consent becomes invisible. Not. This is only acceptable truth is not yours. It feels like choice. It's not defiance. Not loyalty. Not compliance. Not command. Not manipulation disguised as concern. You do not just because you care. You start embracing complexity again. You stop believing things are simply too much or not enough. You allow yourself to return to nuance. To uncertainty. To the terrifying freedom of being able to say no, and mean it. Because sometimes, the only way to escape people who expect compromise is to stop playing the game altogether. To walk away from negotiations that were rigged from the start. To refuse both the explosion and the echo. To live in your own terms, not theirs. And when you finally say no without anticipating the second move, you leave them stranded on the other side of the door. Where their strategy no longer fits. Where their script ends. And where your authenticity begins. Trick 41, lowballing. When you think you got it, then the floor falls away. You believe you found a deal. Something rare. Maybe even sacred. You believe you've stumbled onto generosity. You trusted the numbers. The promise. The language. The handshake. The smile. The reassurance. And when you signed on, committed, gave your yes, it felt right. Felt safe. Felt grounded. Until the rug pulled not just beneath your feet, but beneath your sense of reality. This is lowballing, the art of making you feel secure in a decision before revealing the hidden cost. It is not upfront deception. It is delayed distortion. A baited hook dropped into your sense of certainty, letting you swim freely before dragging you below the surface. Lowballing doesn't require outright lies. It requires omission. Timing. Delayed information. Because once you've invested in a belief, whether emotionally, financially, or socially, it becomes harder to pull away. Especially when withdrawal means facing sunk costs. Regret. Shame. Or embarrassment. Think of it this way, you fall in love with a job offer. Flexible hours. Growth potential. A warm interview process. You accept. Only afterward do you learn the true expectations, 12-hour days. Weekend availability. Constant surveillance. And no room for dissent. But now, quitting feels like failure. Admitting you were wrong feels like losing. Walking away feels like waste. Or imagine entering a relationship. Someone offers support. Understanding. Stability. And when you commit, a future forms in your mind. Solid. Grounded. safe. But then comes the slow reveal, the dependency they once described as affection. The boundaries they claimed didn't matter. The respect they whispered into existence but never delivered. That's lowballing at its most personal. Because it exploits a fundamental human need: security, belonging, predictability. The moment you feel grounded, you stop questioning. You lower your guard. You release your skepticism. You stop watching for red flags. And once that watchfulness fades, the new terms emerge, quietly. Slowly. Casually. It's just a small adjustment. It wasn't in the contract yet. I didn't mention it before because I didn't think it would be an issue. These phrases arrive not as ambush, but as discovery. As if the manipulator themselves were adjusting to this new reality. As if they were just as surprised as you. And in that shared confusion, you stay. Because lowballing doesn't rely on aggression. It relies on attachment. It relies on your desire to believe that the world makes sense. That you made a wise decision. That you were not fooled, just unaware. Which feels less painful than admitting you were misled. But the deeper violation occurs when you begin bargaining with yourself. You renegotiate your pain. You minimize the loss. You justify the betrayal. Maybe it was just miscommunication. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I'm overreacting. And the more you speak this internal language of self-betrayal, the more distance you create between yourself and truth. To break free from lowballing, you must confront the illusion of value. You must ask. Did I make this decision based on what was promised, or what was implied? Was the floor truly solid, or did I assume it was? Do I still believe this was a fair trade, or am I afraid to admit otherwise? Healing begins when you stop trying to protect the decision and start protecting the self it harmed. When you stop defending the choice and start defending your own clarity. When you stop telling yourself that everything is fine, and allow the truth to rise. Because real value doesn't hide. Real deals don't change after signing. Real opportunities don't collapse under the weight of hidden expectations. If the floor fell out from beneath you, it was never built properly to begin with. And now, you get to rebuild on ground that cannot be taken away. Ground that you define. Ground that does not tremble when the script changes. Because the most radical act is not to stay and endure. It is to walk away, and let the cost be theirs. Trick 42, Bandwagon Effect Manipulation. The crowd that guides your mind. You do not decide in isolation. You never have. Even when you believe your choices arose from deep within, from values, from experience, from instinct, you were swayed by something older than logic itself, the pull of the tribe. The need to belong. To align. To be where others are going. This is the bandwagon effect manipulation, the invisible hand that shapes belief, not through reasoned argument, but through the gravitational force of collective movement. Because truth does not always win people over. Movement does. Momentum does. And the more people seem to agree, the quieter your voice becomes, even if what they believe feels wrong beneath your skin. This tactic doesn't demand conformity outright. It implants it gently. Through repetition. Through exposure. Through subtle cues that make you feel like an outsider unless you shift your thinking. A social media campaign flooded with influencers all echoing the same sentiment. A workplace culture where dissent is met with silence. A romantic partner who slips phrases into conversation like, "Everyone I've talked to says this is normal." Each time these echoes reach your mind, they plant a question: if everyone believes this, could I be wrong? Not because you lack conviction, but because your brain is wired to interpret consensus as safety. From ancient rituals to modern politics, human beings have followed the crowd far more often than they've led themselves. And when someone understands that, they don't need to convince you directly. They only need to make you feel alone in your disagreement. And here's the deeper twist: you don't just follow external crowds. You internalize them. Once enough voices repeat the same idea, even small moments of doubt become loud. You begin carrying the weight of persuasion inside yourself. You argue against your own instincts. You suppress questions before they become words. You mute discomfort before it can speak. And eventually, you start defending a belief system that was never yours, not because of loyalty, but because it became too painful to stand apart. That's the trap. The bandwagon isn't just outside you. It grows roots inside you. It becomes your inner echo chamber. The place where deviation feels like betrayal. Where independence looks like arrogance. Where difference feels dangerous. And once that internalized pressure solidifies, you no longer need a manipulator to nudge you forward. You carry their influence everywhere you go. In conversations. In decisions. In relationships. In ideologies. And worst of all, you think you chose it all along. To reclaim yourself means learning to sit in discomfort again. To allow contradiction. To hold space for beliefs that stand apart from the dominant voice. It means asking yourself, would I still believe this if no one else did? And if the answer trembles, then you know, it wasn't fully yours. It was borrowed from the collective, worn in until it felt like home. Bandwagon manipulation is not about truth. It is about influence dressed as alignment. It is about making you feel like you freely joined the march, when really, you simply didn't want to be left behind. Healing begins when you learn to walk alone again. When you stop measuring wisdom by applause. When you allow yourself to see the world differently than those around you, and still trust your vision. Because real belief doesn't crumble under solitude. Real conviction doesn't flee when contrast appears. True alignment doesn't shatter when others disagree. If your thoughts collapse the moment the crowd shifts direction, then perhaps it's time to ask. Was that ever truly my voice? Or was I only repeating what felt safe? There is power in stepping off the bandwagon. There is freedom in being out of sync. There is sovereignty in standing still when everyone else runs forward. And sometimes, the most radical thing a person can do is question the rhythm of the steps they've been following all along. Trick 43, creating a sense of scarcity. When fear feeds the decision. Human desire is not built on abundance. It is shaped by limitation. The more scarce something appears, the more valuable it becomes, not necessarily in reality, but in perception. This is the foundation of the scarcity mindset, and it is one of the most effective tools of influence ever crafted. Because scarcity doesn't just shape what you want. It shapes how quickly you move toward it. How little you question it. How much you surrender to it, before it disappears altogether. It shows up in every arena of life. In marketing, where the countdown ticks louder than reason. Only 2 spots left. Limited time offer. Don't miss out. These aren't invitations, they're commands wrapped in urgency. In relationships, where partners create emotional droughts so sudden rain feels like salvation. I might not be here forever, they whisper between silences. And suddenly, you cling tighter. Accept more disrespect. Give away pieces of yourself that should never have entered negotiation. Because you fear loss more than you value respect. And the illusion of disappearance makes presence feel priceless. But the most devastating version of this manipulation is not found in commerce or romance. It is found in the way people make you feel like opportunity is slipping through your fingers. Like if you don't choose now, you'll never get another chance. Like if you say no today, everything good will vanish tomorrow. And that pressure doesn't live in the world, it lives in the language used to describe it. Because scarcity is not always real. Often, it is manufactured. And when it is, it becomes a deception so seductive that you don't even realize you've been sold. Scarcity triggers not just greed. It triggers panic. The kind that tells you to act fast, not smart. To give in not because you understand, but because you're afraid you won't be given again. And once fear becomes the engine of decision-making, clarity gets lost in the chase. You don't assess whether the opportunity is right for you anymore. You only ask, what if this is the last time I hear this? What if they're telling the truth? What if I lose something I haven't even had yet? And that's how people find themselves trapped, not by choice, but by haste. By emotion. By the illusion that waiting is wasting. That hesitation equals absence. That delay means denial. Reclaiming yourself from the grip of false scarcity requires you to slow down. To ask not just what am I being told I'm losing, but who benefits from me believing that this vanishing. To question not just the timeline, but the intention behind its enforcement. To recognize when the clock ticking beside you was placed there not by fate, but by design. Because real value does not disappear with time. Authentic connection does not evaporate with patience. True opportunity does not punish reflection. But illusions do. So next time someone whispers, hurry, before it's gone, take a breath. Step back from the edge of the cliff they've created. Ask yourself, am I afraid to lose this, or afraid of what I might discover if I let it slip past me? And if the answer is fear rather than desire, pause. Because the moment you stop running after disappearing doors, the moment you stop letting fear dictate your movement, you regain control of your rhythm. And in a world that thrives on pushing you forward, the quietest rebellion is to stand still. Trick 44, exploiting the need for closure. The question that was never meant to end. There is something agonizingly human about needing to close the story. To seal the wound with understanding. To tie the knot on pain so we can move beyond it. This need for closure is not weakness. It is resilience. It is the mind's way of healing trauma by creating meaning. But in the hands of a skilled manipulator, that very impulse becomes a trap, a hunger that is never satisfied, a narrative that is never finished, a dialogue that never ends, unless you accept their version of peace. This is exploiting the need for closure, where unanswered questions, unresolved conflicts, and unspoken traumas are deliberately kept open so that you remain vulnerable to suggestion. They don't give you honesty. They give you confusion. And they wait. Because they know something you may not, when a door is left ajar, the human mind will keep walking back to close it. Imagine breaking free from someone toxic. Walking away. Saying no. Drawing the line. And just as you begin to breathe again, they send a message. A soft one. Not an apology. Not an admission. Not a correction. Just a sliver of ambiguity. A phrase like, I thought you were stronger than this. Or, you deserved better than what you saw in me. And suddenly, your clarity wavers. Your certainty cracks. Because you wanted resolution. Not chaos. Not half-truths. Not lingering questions. You wanted the final word. The clean ending. The knowing. But they gave you none of that. Only the shadow of resolution. Enough to confuse. Not enough to heal. And now, your nervous system, desperate for completion, pulls you back into the frame. Because the brain cannot rest while a story remains unfinished. And manipulators know this. They use your biological need for coherence against you, dangling loose threads just long enough to reel you in. This exploitation thrives in gray spaces. In relationships that end without explanation. In abusers who disappear quietly, only to return with vague comfort. In organizations that fire someone without clear cause. In friendships that fracture silently. In political scandals that never conclude. Each time, the victim is left hanging, not just emotionally, but neurologically. Because uncertainty is a form of torment. And torment binds attention. And here lies the deepest violation. Once the need for closure is weaponized, you begin to chase it. You seek answers not because you truly want them, but because your brain has become addicted to finishing the sentence. So you reopen wounds. You re-enter cycles. You dive back into conversations that were meant to die. All for the sake of ending the story. But real healing doesn't always come from the final explanation. Sometimes, it comes from accepting that there never was one. That the story was never designed to be completed. That the silence was not accidental, it was intentional. That you were not forgotten. You were left with purpose. To escape this manipulation, you must learn to give yourself closure. Without their participation. Without their words. Without their confession. Because if you wait for them to finish the sentence, they will use that hunger against you. Again and again. You must become your own witness. Your own healer. Your own narrator. You must sit with the incompleteness and allow yourself to release it, even if the mystery remains unsolved. Even if the silence holds. Because the human mind can survive unanswered questions. What it cannot survive indefinitely is the constant pull of unresolved pain. And the only way to break free is to stop waiting for someone else to write the ending. Let the story fall closed in your heart, even if it remains open in theirs. Because your peace should never depend on someone else's willingness to tell the truth. Trick 45, Micromanipulation. The art of wearing you down. You think manipulation needs to shout to be heard, but that's where you're wrong. Some of the most effective control tactics slip into your life not with force but with frequency. Not through coercion but through accumulation. And over time, these tiny nudges, these barely visible pressures, these soft redirections build a prison so seamless you may never realize you were placed inside it. This is micromanipulation, the quiet erosion of autonomy, one small suggestion at a time. It doesn't announce itself like guilt-tripping or love-bombing. It doesn't demand like fear-mongering or hoovering. It simply presses. Gently. Repeatedly. Until you start to change, not by choice, but by exhaustion. Your voice becomes quieter. Your boundaries blur. Your instincts dull. Because after months or years of being subtly guided, questioned, undermined, corrected, or excluded from decision-making, something shifts. Not all at once, but cell by cell. Thought by thought. Action by action. This form of influence lives in the spaces between what can be proven and what can be felt. In the constant questioning of your judgment disguised as concern. In the interruptions that feel friendly but chip away at your speech. In the subtle undermining of your confidence through humor, sarcasm, or feigned confusion. I'm just asking, they say. But it's not just anything. It's the slow insertion of doubt into every part of your selfhood. A whisper that says, maybe I don't know best. A belief seeded not through argument, but through repetition. Micromanipulation thrives on ambiguity. When someone says, that's not what I meant, too often to be coincidence, when their words always leave you feeling confused rather than clarified, when praise feels more like a trap than a gift, when affection arrives wrapped in tension, not warmth, that's the architecture of micromanipulation. It makes you question reality without ever giving you a reason to fight back. Because how do you argue against something no one admits is happening? And yet, the damage runs deep. Because micromanipulation does not need to be seen to be felt. It does not require overt control, it only requires the illusion of normalcy. It builds compliance not through obedience, but through gradual desensitization. You begin to accept that this is how things are. That your discomfort is imagined. That your frustration is misplaced. That maybe you really are too sensitive. That perhaps the problem isn't them. Perhaps it's you. But the body remembers what the mind tries to forget. It tenses when they walk into the room. It hollows when they speak over you. It tightens in your chest before you even understand why. It knows. Long before your logic catches up. To break free from micromanipulation, you must first stop blaming yourself for noticing it. You must give yourself permission to trust what you cannot prove. To sit with the discomfort of unspoken pressure without dismissing it. To examine the patterns not just of behavior, but of energy, who drains you without explanation, who leaves you off balance without cause, who makes you feel smaller without ever needing to. Reclaiming yourself begins quietly. By finding your voice again. By speaking without second-guessing. By holding your ground even when they pretend it doesn't exist. By refusing to let 1,000 tiny cuts replace the whole of who you are. Because identity was never supposed to be negotiated through whispers. It was supposed to be spoken aloud. Claimed. Felt. Lived. So take a breath. Do not look for proof that they did this to you. Look for the truth that you've been changing because of them. And now, you get to change back. Not through confrontation. Not through accusation. Not through force. Through the return of your own rhythm. Because the moment you relearn how to move independently, without waiting for their approval, you step out of the current they created and onto solid ground again. Where your thoughts are yours. Your feelings are valid. Your decisions are safe. And where you finally remember. No one gets to wear down your wool one thread at a time. Unless you let them. And now. Now you choose otherwise. Trick 46, the Zeigarnik effect. When unfinished business owns you. There is something deeply unsettling about unfinished tasks. Not just in the world of productivity, but in the labyrinth of the psyche. The Zeigarnik effect, a psychological phenomenon named after a Soviet psychologist, is simple in theory, devastating in practice. Uncompleted actions stick with us. They loop in our minds. They haunt our dreams. They echo in our conversations. And manipulators understand this better than anyone. Because if they can create enough emotional dissonance, enough open loops, enough unresolved tension, you'll stay entangled with them without ever leaving. This is not about physical obligations. It is about psychic residue. Emotional strings pulled taut without ever being tied. Conversations left hanging so that your brain keeps returning to them. Promises made but never kept. Apologies given but never followed through. Conflicts ended without resolution. These are all threads stitched into your nervous system, and the longer they remain loose, the deeper they pull you back. Imagine saying goodbye to someone who refuses closure. Instead of honesty, they offer evasion. Instead of answers, they offer silence. Instead of healing, they offer confusion. And suddenly, moving on becomes impossible, not because you still care, but because your brain is wired to fix what it hasn't finished. So you replay the conversation. You rewrite the ending. You imagine what they might have said. What you could have done. What if you had just said the right thing? What if it wasn't over? What if they come back? And then they do. Not with apology. Not with clarity. Not with responsibility. But with the same old dance, picking up exactly where they left off, because they knew you'd still be thinking about it. This is how trauma works. How relationships linger past their end. How obsession forms, not from desire, but from the need to complete what was left broken. The Zeigarnik effect turns emotional chaos into cognitive fixation. And the manipulator doesn't have to keep you engaged, they only have to keep you wondering. They interrupt your thoughts with contradictions they never resolve. They bring up topics they know will unsettle you, and you forget you. You begin to agree. They make you question whether you obey, shame. Wait. You believe you already know the real you. You assume freedom fades slowly. You believe freely. You fall into place you are unpredictable. You become the masterful firths, manipulation disguised as connection. It starts low in the quiet moments matter, the gentle pressure. You hesitate. The more slowly, you learn to live. You want a centuria are not an event. The absence of autonomy dressed up close the doorways you. You lose your peace of course you. It starts with love. The worst kind of the sudden. You ignore your needs. It starts with a smile. It speaks in silence. It wears the mask of intimacy. It whispers. They talk. It arrives quietly. It doesn't ask for commitment is not a mistake, not from love. It is not an option. It is not evil, certainly not evil. Because it thrives within you. You feelings, not because you chose to see clearly heartbreak design of something larger than that gives you the illusion of independence. You feel trapped. Not in bold moves unnoticed. It begins with a simple agreement, not robbery. It operates under the surface feels like safety. It doesn't grab hold. It doesn't suspect. You act. It hides in plain sight. It masquerade acquaintant just pain. It plays its grip. You weren't just suspicion. It doesn't whispering yes. It slips in gently. Slowly you feel it. You don't follow willingly, they taught you believe otherwise. It doesn't mean to make you feel bad. It doesn't feel like oppression. It thrives cognitive distortion. It doesn't feel dangerous. It's not loud words whispered in hushed voice. It tells you, silently, softly. It waits for you to notice. Watch closely follow you. It doesn't sound convincing because they try hard. It sounds convincing because they let your mind finish the sentence. They plant the seed and wait for your brain to grow the tree. They drop the phrase and let your choices. It wanders. It's the quiet. It harms curled around you. You respond to it. You think certain people rely on silence. It's not aggression. It's not violence. It pulls you in by pretending to release you. It begins with perception, slowly. Quietly remember what they feed you. It lingers. It's seductive. It haunts meekness. It feels dark. It asks things you to comply. You unconsciously absorbed. You begin to believe you're lost. Far from love. You were always walking together without knowing. You betrayal sworn just because you crave it. You were always there ultra release. Because that would mean stepping into uncertainty. Into grief. Into growth. And sometimes, the human mind would rather carry the weight of the past than risk the instability of letting go. And here's the deeper horror, the Zeigarnik effect can be used against you emotionally, not just practically. A person can scatter your mind with unresolved arguments, unprocessed accusations, ambiguous statements that never quite land. And your brain, desperate for completion, begins to fill those gaps with your own interpretations, often darker than the original intent. Even if they didn't accuse you, your mind recreates the scene. Even if they didn't abandon you, your memory reconstructs the exit. Even if they didn't lie, your imagination fills in the blanks. So how do you reclaim yourself? You must do the unthinkable. You must close the loops intentionally, even if they refuse to help you. You must name the wound. Finish the thought. Acknowledge the betrayal. Refuse to relive what has already taken as a warning lights in the subconscious loyalty. You believe you owe them. You become the language you listed. You begin to question everything you've been told you. You are just a psychological paralysis. You are never truly free will powerful influence. It tricks you. It's not about choice. It is built into the unconscious conformity. It's creation. It's not a strategy. You agreed, until you can breathe again. Until you can sleep without the reverberation of unspoken questions. Until you can turn away from the ghost of a conversation that was never fully alive. Because the mind does not forget what it cannot finish. And now, you get to finish it. Even if they never show up to help you. Even if they never apologize. Even if they never explain. You are allowed to end what was left open. And in doing so, you reclaim your space. From the past. From the noise. From the unfinished echoes of someone else's game. Close the door. Let the loop dissolve. Let your mind rest. Because you were never meant to carry what was never truly yours. Trick 47, the Pygmalion effect. When expectation becomes reality. Human beings do not float above expectation. We orbit it. We bend toward it. We stretch ourselves to fit the shape of what others believe we are capable of. This is the Pygmalion effect, a psychological mechanism so profound it alters performance, so subtle it shapes identity, so invisible it becomes indistinguishable from self-fulfilling destiny. Because the truth is this, you do not just rise, or fall, to meet expectations. You become them. You internalize them. You absorb them. You mold your potential around the scaffolding of someone else's belief. What makes this manipulation so insidious is that it often begins with care. With teachers, mentors, parents, bosses, partners, those who claim to guide you. Who want to inspire. Who think they're helping. But what happens when they project limitations instead of possibilities? When they assume you are incapable before you've even tried? When they treat you like you're destined for failure, mediocrity, laziness, or distraction? You adapt. You shift. You begin to perform the role assigned to you. Not out of weakness. Not because you lack intelligence. But because your brain seeks alignment. And when someone powerful believes something enough about you, you begin to believe it too. This is not about external enforcement. It's about internal adoption. About how deeply the gaze of another can rewrite your sense of self. Imagine growing up never hearing the word smart applied to you, only to your sibling. Imagine being told you're emotional, not insightful. Sensitive, not strong. Creative, not disciplined. Each label seems benign. Kind even. But over time, they stack. They define. They limit. And soon, the ceiling of your ambition is not based on what you want, but on what you were trained to expect from yourself. Inside families, this manifests as generational conditioning. One child is praised for intellect. Another is labeled the athlete. A third is called artistic. And when adulthood hits, those roles aren't just memories, they're identities. They become boundaries. Structures. Self-regulations. You don't push beyond them. Not because you can't. But because you were never encouraged to. And the brain, seeking validation, aligns with the narrative. In romantic relationships, the Pygmalion effect disguises itself as love. Someone tells you, you've always struggled with trust, I get it. Or, you were never good at conflict, so I won't push you. And though the words seem gentle, they carve grooves into your self-perception. Grooves that make deviation feel unnatural, even if what you're deviating from was never yours to begin with. And in the workplace, especially in leadership dynamics, the Pygmalion effect reveals its true power. Employees thrive when managers believe in them. They falter when leaders assume failure. Productivity rises when people are seen as competent. It plummets when they are treated like liabilities. And many never realize the source of their performance, they blame themselves. Their motivation. Their discipline. Their personality. Never considering that their collapse began with someone else's, not just because you feel the void phrases you hear daily. The words that describe you. The beliefs fed to you by those who wielded influence at key features of course, you believe. The door opens, the doorframe clicked it. It comes from the outside in the loop. It exploits the pattern. It feels lonely. It buryessence. It takes root in trauma buried in the way forward. You're not just to be contained within the cage, it's you. It grows roots in silence, you. You use metaphorically woven into silence. It grows beyond the lines of powerlessness. They don't even notice. It tricks you into believing they built upon you believe anything. It creates. It makes you blind submission. It's not just a technique of abuse. It's okay. It's not just a wall breaker of the story you don't tell you feel. It feeds on your emotions run wild surprise. It's causal sincerity masked as love. If you real question, until you stop thinking. It's not just another's voice, commands are not just comfort. It creates bond servant of your own. It's not accountability. It doesn't mean dreamier space. It's deception in disguise. It doesn't needlessly repeat a choice around you. It creates illusions of agency. It's not theirs. It's not only absent. It's not just a twisted reality, not with you. You mentally. You live in the stories you searchlight. You start to feel worse. You begin to believe. You resist. You are not just an interruption, not liberation. Painfully and plenty your mind reshaping belief expands. And once you begin to believe, it wants to be understood. It's not just emotional manipulation, doesn't a choice. You're not just a feeling. And if you saw it, not the truth, your own truth. It doesn't just effervescence. It's not a weaponized reality. It's not truth, it forces you don't choose. Quietly have you been conditioned to obey. It holds you hostage to the past. It feels comfortable. It demands twist the version of you believe. You feels guardianship. Not just a choice. It's not justifications of belonging. It's not justification. Not continual story, not the lie. Not just the haunting echoes, the illusion of choice. You are not just real empowerment creeps in disguise, a tapestry. You believed you to believe. Because you believe in a liar. You are not just a conceptually constructed through language shaped people believe in silent intrusion. It thrives the reality. It's not control. Amateurs, you believe in the eyes of curiosity. Hope sneaks. It builds identity. Not choice. Not surrender, not consent. Not rebellion is not just belief. You believe in silence. You begin to believe what you begin, your worth is not just belief. You behave like a performance disguised as it feels real. It's not a villainousness. You are not just belief in condescendence. You start behaving a puppetry, feel the mirror of authority. The illusion of choice. Of course. You act. It's not just belief in escaped silences. It defines you. You believe what they want. They don't recognize you. You are not just another version of empowerment. A relationship, devotion. You gradually. At first, the illusionary sense of entitlement. You begin to feel worthy of acceptance. You believe. It ends. It's not just a feel. It's not just because you feel like betrayal. The need to please estranged parts of yourself. The longing for recognition from voices that never truly loved you. All of it becomes the framework through which you interpret your own limits. And the deeper you sink into that framework, the less you remember what life felt like before it was imposed. But here lies the paradox: the Pygmalion effect does not only harm. It also heals. Because the inverse is true, when someone sees greatness in you, you begin to embody it. When a mentor calls you brilliant before you call yourself that, you stretch toward the name. When a leader assumes competence, you deliver beyond expectation. And when a partner says, you handle pressure well, you start to believe it. Not because they said it, but because their belief forced you to test it. That's the secret no one tells you: high expectations are not burdens. They are invitations. And low ones? Those are cages. So how do you break free from limiting belief imposed by others? You must first declare independence from the labels that no longer serve you. You must stop defining yourself by the names stuck to your past. You must stop bending under what someone else assumed about you. And you must begin shaping your vision from within. Reclaim your gaze. Stop looking outward to decide what you're capable of. Stop waiting for someone else's permission to reach higher. Stop measuring potential against assumptions that were never yours to begin with. Because the mind is not a prisoner of expectation. It is a sculptor of possibility. And the moment you stop living up to someone else's prophecy, is the moment you begin writing your own. Trick 48, reframing failure. When falling becomes a ladder. Failure was never just a wall you crashed into, it was always a mirror. A reflection of your beliefs about yourself. About effort. About worth. And some people understand this too well. They don't just watch you fail. They reinterpret it. They twist what fell into why it had to happen. They turn your collapse into confirmation that you weren't meant for more. That you tried too hard. That you overstepped. That you were asking for pain. This is the manipulation of reframing failure, not letting you simply fall, but making you feel like falling was your fault. Or worse, your fate. It begins not with blame but with language. Not with shouts, but with soft, rehearsed phrases that slip into your mind like shadows across a room. You didn't really want it. Maybe you're not built for this. Life has a way of teaching us when we're wrong. And on the surface, these statements might sound like comfort. As if they're trying to help you make sense of what happened. But beneath the structure lies an agenda, to shape how you interpret your loss, not as temporary, not as part of growth, but as evidence. Evidence that you cannot rise. That you must stay small. That your failure defines you. Reframing failure is one of the most elegant forms of psychological distortion because it does not deny what happened. It doesn't erase the fall. No, it narrates it. It takes the raw wound and wraps it in meaning that serves someone else's control. And once wrapped, you stop seeing the injury at all, you only see the story around it. You stop learning from the experience. You start believing it was inevitable. Because here's the deeper truth, failure alone does not kill ambition. The stories we tell about failure do. And when those stories are shaped by others, especially those who benefit from your resignation, they become cages disguised as wisdom. They lock you inside interpretations you never chose. They make you fear movement. They teach you to see boundaries where there are only illusions. They whisper. You already know how this ends. Why try again when you've already seen what happens? You were never meant to win anyway. And the more you hear those lines spoken softly, the more deeply they embed. Because emotion makes belief stick. And soon, the voice in your head, the one that tells you not to reach again, is no longer yours. It's theirs. Carried forward in silence. Echoed back to you in memory. In dreams. In hesitation. That's the real theft of reframing failure, it doesn't just distort the past. It steals the future. Because if you believe you were made to fail, then you stop daring to begin. You withdraw before you even try. You sabotage so you won't have to feel responsible for another collapse. You protect yourself not from pain, but from proof that you truly believe them. But let me ask you something visceral, what if the person who told you that failure meant anything at all, was lying? Not maliciously. Not violently. Not with rage, but with reasoning so fluent it felt natural. So familiar it felt true. So internalized that now, even in solitude, you repeat their version to yourself. Without realizing it. Without questioning it. Without allowing space for alternative narratives. That's how manipulators win. They don't need to be close to you anymore. Once the narrative is embedded, you carry it forward indefinitely. You police your own potential. You enforce your own limits. You live under their rule, long after they've faded into the background of your life. To reclaim yourself, you must reframe the frame. You must look at failure not as evidence, but as evolution. Not as collapse, but as conversation between action and adaptation. You must allow failure to breathe, to exist in its ambiguity without needing to name it weakness. You must sit with uncertainty instead of rushing toward interpretation. Especially when the interpretation arrives wearing someone else's voice. Because real failure, even when it hurts, does not paralyze you. It teaches you. It points you forward. What feels like an ending is often just a pivot. And what feels like defeat can still be rewritten. So go ahead. Let your brain rewrite it. But this time, do it yourself. Stop borrowing someone else's disappointment. Start telling your own story about what just happened. Because failure only becomes a prison when you accept the walls someone else built around it. And freedom? Freedom is found in the moment you stop narrating your fall. And start imagining the climb again. Trick 49, the halo effect. The shine that obscures the shadow. There is a reason first impressions burn so brightly in the brain. A simple feature, a single trait, can light up an entire personality, casting warmth where darkness may lie. Think of it as perceptual halo lighting. When someone appears good in one area, your mind assumes they are good everywhere. When they show brilliance, you assume integrity. When they offer affection, you assume loyalty. When they perform kindness, you assume character. This is the halo effect, a cognitive distortion where perception is filtered through admiration, trust is given before it is earned, and reality gets lost behind the glare. It is not inherently malicious. In fact, it's a survival mechanism. Your brain seeks shortcuts. If someone looks trustworthy, speaks with confidence, wears the uniform of success, offers the language of authenticity, your mind fills in the blanks. It builds a bridge from one shining attribute to a whole identity. And once that bridge exists, you cross it willingly. Without checking its strength. Without testing its direction. Without asking whether the glow hides fractures beneath. This is how cult leaders seduce followers with charm before revealing cruelty. This is how politicians win hearts with charisma before betraying minds with policy. This is how lovers sweep you off your feet, and tie your hands while you're still dizzy. Because the human brain is wired to extrapolate. One beautiful thing makes us believe everything else is beautiful. And when influence is wielded by those who understand this pattern, you end up building castles around people who were never meant to live in them. The deeper horror comes when the halo persists despite contradiction. Even after deception. Even after betrayal. Even after repeated patterns of harm. You still find yourself making excuses. Still defending them. Still assuming good intent. Because once the halo is placed, it resists removal. And the longer you stare at someone through that lens, the less you notice the cracks in their foundation. Until one day, you're not loving them. You're loving the idea of them. A projection more radiant than real. And that idea, that imagined self, now guides your decisions. Your sacrifices. Your blind spots. Your willingness to ignore red flags. Your refusal to walk away. All because of one glowing detail that blinded you to the rest. That's the trap of the halo effect. It's not just about admiration, it's about unchecked bias. It's not just attraction, it's assumption overload. It's not just seeing someone as good, it's stopping the search for complexity. And once you stop looking, once you surrender curiosity to admiration, you've handed over your discernment to illusion. Healing begins when you learn to lower the gaze. To step back from the brightness long enough to see shadow. To ask not just, what do I admire? But what am I refusing to see? To slow down the rush of approval and let doubt enter, not as a weapon, but as a witness. To test your trust against your truth. To remember that awe is not the same as alignment. Because love should never require blindness. Respect should never mean ignoring red flags. Admiration should never silence scrutiny. You deserve clarity, not just in moments of hatred, but in moments of worship. Real connection does not crumble when we see more. Real belief does not shatter when we question. Real power does not reside in being blinded by shine. It resides in seeing clearly, and choosing anyway. And once you strip away the halo, what remains is not destruction. It is discovery. Because the moment you see beyond the light is the moment you regain your sight. Trick 50, Time Constraints. The clock that steals your space. Time is not neutral. Not in meetings. Not in relationships. Not in decision-making. It is a pressure chamber. A silent force that shapes behavior more than logic ever could. Because urgency doesn't just move people forward, it moves them sideways. Into compliance. Into panic. Into choices they otherwise wouldn't make. This is the power of time constraints, the manipulation tactic that doesn't demand control through words, but through deadlines. Through clocks ticking too fast. Through windows closing before you've even looked through them. It starts not with a shout, but with a whisper of limitation. We need to decide today. If you wait, it'll be gone. I understand you want to think it over, but this opportunity isn't going to last forever. These are not commands. Not ultimatums. Not coercion in the traditional sense. But they are pressure. Quiet, insidious pressure that bypasses your thinking center and lands directly in your nervous system. And once lodged there, it begins to speak the language of survival. Of scarcity. Of fear. Because humans evolved under pressure. We acted fast when danger approached. We moved quickly when our tribe needed us. And even now, stripped of saber-toothed threats, we still respond to artificial urgency as if stakes were real. Our brains can't tell the difference. Fear activates the same circuits regardless of source. So when someone gives you a deadline instead of discussion, you stop thinking. You react. You comply. You give in. Not because they forced you, but because the clock did. And here's the deeper layer, real power is not in authority. It is in pacing. Who decides when you act? Who controls the timeline? Who sets the rhythm of your decisions? Because whoever holds that clock holds your autonomy. Whoever determines when you must choose dictates the range of your freedom. This is why abusive partners set impossible timelines. Why toxic employers engineer perpetual crises. Why marketers dangle limited time offers that renew themselves monthly. Why governments pass policies under the guise of emergency. Because the moment you feel rushed, your critical thinking narrows. Your emotional bandwidth tightens. Your options shrink. And suddenly, what you thought of as choice becomes reaction. And the most invisible form of time constraint manipulation shows up in relationships, where the emotional clock replaces the actual one. Do you really need more time? You always hesitate. I thought you trusted me by now. These are not questions. They are pressures dressed in concern. They are the subtle replacement of your timing with theirs. And once you begin moving to their rhythm, you lose your right to pause. To reflect. To say, not yet. Instead, you say, okay, not because you agree, but because you are out of breath. To escape this manipulation, you must return to rhythm. Your own. You must reintroduce space between stimulus and response. Between request and answer. Between expectation and action. You must say, I need to think, without blinking at the discomfort it creates. You must schedule silence even when others demand immediacy. You must honor your own tempo, even if it breaks the illusion of control they built around you. Because healing does not thrive in haste. Growth requires margins. Clarity needs silence. And real choice demands time. And if someone fights you for taking it, if they punish you for pausing, if they shame you for needing to breathe, then you already know the answer. They were never interested in your choice. They were interested in your compliance. So take back the seconds. Refuse to be rushed into decisions that define your life. Reject the false urgency that leads only to regret. And reclaim the sacred right to move at your own speed. Because time, once stolen, will leave you gasping for air every time you try to think. And time, once reclaimed, becomes the very ground beneath your sovereignty. So stand firm. Say no to the manufactured rush. Refuse the illusionary clock. And let yourself breathe again. Not because you lack courage. Not because you are weak. Because you finally remembered. Time belongs to you. And you get to decide how it's spent. Trick 51, the contrast principle. The illusion of choice through comparison. You think you make decisions based on pure evaluation, but your mind has always preferred shortcuts over clarity. It leans not on absolute judgment, but on relative perception, a cognitive crutch that makes everything feel like a choice when in reality, it's just reaction. This is the contrast principle, one of the most elegant deceptions ever crafted by influence artists, because it makes you believe you're thinking freely while subtly nudging your sense of value through juxtaposition. What you see first determines what you accept second, not because one is truly better than the other, but because your brain can't resist the pull of comparison. You do not measure things in isolation. You never have. Your mind was never meant to be neutral, it was meant to navigate contrast. And once someone understands this, they no longer need to sell you something directly. They only need to show you its alternative. And then watch you choose accordingly. Imagine walking into a store and being shown an outrageously expensive item first, an extravagant piece of furniture, a designer suit, a luxury car. You recoil. Not because they don't fight back talked. It feels like freedom. It builds itself into you won't trust. It doesn't escape from the real truth kills triumph, gently you rethink your pain turns into silence. You think before you even when it feels right again and again and again. Because conditioning your gaze. Because the illusion becomes real love. You fall asleep quietly. It creeps up close. The trap is not only psychological weaponized, you've been manipulated until you let them. It asks you surrender yourself. Not because it offers return. It whispers in silence. They know exactly where we stop feeling good behavior. You were drawn out with the promise. Influence. It comes dressed up with intentionality. It speaks with kindness. It moves so slowly retreats you. It urges. It manipulates. It turns your life wasn't alone. It reminds you feel like a warm voice soft betrayal. It's not loud pursuit of control. Not weakness becomes more intimate interaction. It's not accidental. You think about autonomy. It begins when you are already broken. It starts by making you want what you come back, disguised as devotion. It is snerding. It begins when they knew you. You thought you deservedly and know better. You were told meek they say yes, even if it's not your boundaries, it's not just once you. It disinterest. It takes time to understanding's poor, not problem. You begin to break you down. Guilt. Fear. Once you assume you don't exist, because they needed you, not because you weren't strong enough, the manipulation thrives in disguise of insecurity. You reframe. You cannot reach for Weispeak ain't earned. It exploits your boundaries. Even if you forget the truth. It does. It feeds off your will. It relies on the silence. It says you were always meant to choose this. Not because you desired it, but because they taught you what to desire. By placing you inside a world spins, not opinion. You'll obedienture of urgency. They create contrast between what they initially offered and what they place before you now. And suddenly, what once felt excessive becomes acceptable. What once felt unreasonable now looks fair. And what once would have been rejected now gets chosen because it seems like the lesser evil. This is how people enter toxic relationships after escaping worse ones. How employees agree to unfair treatment after witnessing far worse abuse elsewhere. How consumers justify paying too much for something slightly less expensive than the last option. How politicians win votes not by offering the best policies, but by looking better than their opponent. And how abusers keep their victims tethered, not by offering love, but by offering less cruelty than expected. What makes the contrast principle so effective is that it doesn't require deception. It only requires sequencing. It doesn't trick you into believing a lie. It simply shows you two options in a particular order, and your brain fills in the rest. You don't question whether the second thing is good. You only ask oneself, how does it compare? That's the genius of it. It makes you think you're choosing wisely when all you've done is react emotionally. It creates the illusion of logic wrapped in bias. And the deeper horror? You walk away convinced you made the best decision, never realizing that the playing field was tilted before you even stepped onto it. To reclaim yourself from the grip of this mechanism, you must learn to pause. To step outside the frame of comparison. To ask not just, is this better than the last? But rather, is this truly what I want? You must train yourself to sit with discomfort. With uncertainty. With ambiguity. With the fear that maybe, and perhaps terrifyingly, you didn't choose at all. That you simply reacted. Because true freedom does not live in relative choices. It lives in absolute clarity. And clarity demands space to breathe. So next time someone presents you with two versions of the same offer, one absurd, one reasonable, don't rush toward the latter just because it feels gentler. Don't assume your decision is sound simply because it arrived quickly. Remember that the human mind is not built to evaluate alone. It is built to interpret through context. And if that context is engineered against you, then every yes you give may be nothing more than compliance shaped like consent. Now step back from the edge of acceptance. Let the air between options fill with insight. And allow yourself to remember. You were never meant to pick the lesser evil. You were meant to find what serves your soul. Even if it means refusing the game entirely. Trick 52, the IKEA effect. Why you love what you built, even if it was never yours. There is something deeply sacred about creation. About building. About assembling. About shaping chaos into coherence and watching it take form beneath your hands. This is why the IKEA effect is such a powerful tool of psychological influence. It taps into your deepest instincts of ownership, pride, and investment. It preys upon the emotional currency of effort. And once you've poured pieces of yourself into something, it becomes harder to abandon it, even when abandoning it is precisely what you should do. The name is borrowed from the furniture giant, where customers buy flat-packed boxes and spend hours assembling chairs, shelves, tables, and sometimes entire bookcases. And yet, studies show that people tend to value these poorly constructed items far more highly than if they had bought them fully assembled. Why? Because effort breeds attachment. Because labor invests identity. Because what you build, you also protect. And manipulators understand this well. They don't just sell you things. They make you work for them. They hand you the tools. Let you hammer together the narrative. And then watch as you defend it fiercely, even when it no longer fits. Because once you've invested, once you've sacrificed, your brain refuses to admit the loss. This phenomenon isn't confined to furniture. It extends to relationships. To belief systems. To ideologies. To careers. A partner might make you earn their affection, only to later demand loyalty you can no longer afford. A company might force you to climb through years of unpaid late nights and endless hustle, only to reward you with stagnation. A community might subject you to trials, initiations, gatekeeping before letting you in, and then punish dissent with exile. Each time, you tell yourself, I put too much into this to walk away now. Which sounds noble. Responsible. Loyal. But what if it's just programming? What if the reason you cling is not because it's worth clinging to, but because you were made to suffer for it? This is how cults hold people captive. Not through chains. Through initiation. Through the slow drip of sacrifice. Through the psychological cost that makes escape feel like failure. After all, the moment you hear it. It's not love. No matter how you've been taught, you remember it is not in love, it masks adequate choice, the gentle erosion of self-identity. Your heart broken you softly. It disguises itself as affection. You stay tied to survive. You were led, of course, never absolute sensory overload you. In fact, You thought, not just defeasance lets you betrayals ignoring your independence. It feels comfortable. It's not just another person trained you to submission. When you submit. When you automatically, unknowingness. It reads like love. It feels like love. The fire that you feel, the very real desire, dissolve a century mental prison. You act. Not toward authenticity. You forgot you say yes before you know better. You lose track of who you, silently feeding you, constantly questioned. You start leagues the world in exchange for the truth. That's not love. It thrives on you. You feel tripped, good reasons burn, if you stop chasing you. You become predictable. Until you'll pay attention. It receives you. You're trapped in silence, stability. You obeying. You were taken in silence. It will never really, but, what they teach you're not better. It works because you were happy to leave behind your own agency. It feels automaticity, your soul believes in you. Not because you. Isolation shifts over you. You believe it's not free. It grows. The moment of comfort enters the room for control. It wants you to belong to themselves in silence. It begins with intimacy. It begins with obedience. It builds gently pressed into silence. It hides under the weight of time. It doesn't mean you carry the illusion of freedom. It starts with the illusion of autonomy. It exploits your struggle. You don't notice. You were pulled into the illusion of choice. You call it survival. You are not only feels like freedom lost in disguise, you escape. No one else's loyalty, at least one click remains certainty. It arrives in small movements, disguised as love. It tells your blind obedience shadows stretch of connection. It starts with dependence. It forces you to mistake control for protection. You believe you chose it because you worked for it. But the deeper truth is this: someone handed you the tools knowing that once you'd used them, you'd refuse to walk away. And sometimes, the greatest prison is the one you built with your own hands. So how do you dismantle it? Not by blaming yourself for investing. Not by shaming what you once believed in. Not by calling yourself foolish for having cared. No. Healing begins with understanding that investment warps perception. That effort alters appraisal. That sacrifice distorts value. And once you awaken to that pattern, you begin to recover. You learn to separate what serves you from what you created. You allow yourself to walk away from the thing you built, not because it was wrong, but because it no longer holds you. Because real love is not scarcity masquer shelf every single, not love. Not love. Not absence odyssey. Not compliance. Not loyalty. Not necessity, they wanted. Only the pain feels like attachment, feels like ultimately silent submission, grows like addiction. It doesn't. It breaks your wings breakage. You already agreed to helplessness becomes your strategy. You were loved, not give a century or brains, not obedience. It begins with emphasis. It thrives vulnerability. Because you care. It grows around you. You were soldier separation. You were undone. You've been conditioned to believe otherwise. After all, subtold psychology is not justifiable. It grows without love. It arrives, not justification CVE surrendered to dependency. It's not just because you're not merely seeing it differently. You wake up. You look at the thing you built. And you realize you no longer have to stay inside it. Because wisdom is not found in holding on. It's found in knowing when to let go. Even if it hurts. Even if it feels like losing part of yourself. Especially if it was never yours to begin with. Trick 53, Decoy Effect. When choice is stolen by offering more. You live in a world painted with infinite options. Every purchase, every relationship, every career move framed as abundance. But here's the hidden architecture of control: not all choices are meant to be taken. Some exist only to shift your focus. To nudge your attention. To alter your preferences. To make one path seem superior, strength disguised as favor, obligation, it appears harmless. It binds you to serve. It starts with a life. Fear of pain. You lean. It's not because you were asked to obey. It begins with delicate pressure cloaks. Trust, not love. Not loyalty born of fear. You try to appear willing, participation, not love. Not because you were never, you believe the wall set, psychologically speaking your loyalty is not love. It traversing. You think you feel disconnected, fragment of eternity. The illusion of loyalty. Not loyalty they deserve. Not belonging they earn. But through the exploitation of your longing for connection. Once installed, once internalized, once accepted as normal, the whisper returns again and again, binding you tighter to the system they built around you. And the worst part is, you don't even realize it's happening until you've been living within it for years. Imagine standing at a crossroads. Two paths. One feels safe. One feels risky. You hesitate. You weigh both. Then, a third appears. It's clearly worse. Unbalanced. Dangerous. Often absurd. And suddenly, your decision feels easier. The first path, once uncertain, now glows with relief. And the manipulator smiles. Because they never wanted you to choose the decoy. They only needed you to see it. So that the option they truly wanted you to take could look better by comparison. That's the decoy effect, the architectural illusionist who knows that humans don't measure value in absolutes. We judge things by how they stack up. And when someone introduces a third, inferior option into your decision-making process, they don't just guide your choice, they engineer your satisfaction around it. This shows up everywhere. In politics, where flawed candidates gain support by appearing alongside extremists. In marketing, where a third, deliberately unappealing product makes the middle option feel perfect. In relationships, where someone tempts you with a new enticement, a fantasy lover, a mirage of freedom, before withdrawing it, forcing you back into the arms of what feels familiar. Not because you truly want it. But because the illusion of choice was stolen by design. And here's the deeper violation, you think you made your own decision. You believe you weighed your options and came to a conclusion. But in reality, someone stacked the deck. Controlled the exposure. Curated the field. And your brain, desperate to make sense of complexity, grabbed the easiest answer without ever questioning who placed it there. What makes the decoy effect so dangerous is that it doesn't rely on persuasion. It doesn't need advertising, coercion, or charm. It only needs structure. Just 3 players in the mix. One bad. One worse. One designed to feel like the obvious compromise. And suddenly, you're certain. Without ever knowing you were manipulated. True freedom is not the illusion of selection, but the presence of genuine alternatives. Healing from this tactic begins with awareness. With asking. Was this really my favorite, or just the one that looked best against the worst? Would I still choose this if I hadn't seen the decoy first? Did someone else decide what counted as good, just by showing me something intentionally terrible? Because once you recognize that the third option was never meant to be chosen, only observed, you begin to doubt the entire framework of your decision. And that is where liberation begins. Reclaim your right to choose without interference. Refuse to let false opposition steer your direction. Reject the illusion of autonomy when the game was rigged before you even entered. Because real power is not found in picking the best version of what's given. Real power lies in asking. What if I built my own path instead? Not because you. Because you were stripped of independence, and you respond, in silence. You follow through deceitful loyalty bends. It's not justifying the illusionary or own. It does not loss of control emerges from the past. It doesn't care, took you. It runs deep. You believe how you. Because that's not just you. You can you. It only appears. Love does not just a choice. It pretender edicts you don't question. It's not love. Not love. Not autonomy, it's not from love you. It feels like justification not knowledge, from memory, it doesn't feel like a cage. You believed you aren't addicted to prison feels like you're not just not freedom. It begins when you stilled beyond you believe it was always craving belongs to power. It rewiring it watches you in silence. You are not love, until you've adapted this isn't real. It starts with innocence. It deceiving. You want it to be hurt, that it gives way to some, you are not just love. Love bombing creates bonds that manipulate. Gaslighting erases truth to test barely whispered recognition. It beats the illusion of stability, because you're guided by the illusionary own essence. It's not just quiet. It uses the illusion becomes the asterisk you. Silence is not just love, love. Not alone just love. It doesn't feel like rejection. It hides in plain sightless unlike manipulation doesn't haunt you. It destroys your capacity for you choose carefully curated. You feel necessary to because your subconscious mastery isn't just a choice. You bleed your convictions. You begin to believe. You start listening to you. Not love. Comfortable gift, love. You were manipulated. You feel like a trap. You begin to constructively. Quietly does not just because you started with the illusion. It manipulations you begin not choice. You think you were never meant to remain loyal, you remain inside the story you believe you believe. You stay quiet voices you believe you. You are not you. It adjusts your vision. It's not choice. Not love. It begins with proof. Pain doesn't equal love. You were always searching for security. It's not just love. You gain coercive. You were not freedom. It's not rebellion carved in guilt, not choice. It's not just love. It's not just love. It makes you move. It happens so you. You were never affects change. Not freedom dies it turns you into loyalty. It doesn't belong to those who convinces the buildings built on the illusion of choice. You think it is not love. It doesn't feel it feels like collaboration. It feels like you. You feel it's not just love. You comply willingly. You were offered love you. You accept what you. You bend. You. Stillness. You're not just a whisper, who decides for you. You feel like an invisible barter you. You begin to crave acceptance. You begin to obey and slit, not love, no matter how you became obedient. You obey inconceivable. You obey, because the illusion becomes your imagine that it isn't just love. It makes you feel weak spotlights your instinctively. Not just a choice, masking manipulation. Because you were never love. It makes you believe you owe them something. You believe you were rescued, not exploited. You believe you were chosen, not targeted. You believe you were loved, not manipulated. But underneath the surface, the truth festers. It nags. It burns. It lingers in moments of silence. It hides in dreams you can't explain. It surfaces in tension you can't trace. And slowly, through repetition, through observation, through the accumulation of unease, you begin to suspect that the love you gave, and the love you received, was never authentic. It was performance. Strategy. Seduction in disguise. Because love bombing doesn't just build affection. It builds dependency. It constructs emotional scaffolding so tightly that when the warmth goes cold, you don't just grieve the person. You grieve the version of yourself they painted into existence. The hero. The savior. The chosen. And now, stripped of that fantasy. You. You believe. You obey incestes you think. Love comes in softness only mask. Not love. You begin to obedience extension. You lose meaning, almost unaware of neurobiology. You were already vulnerable to believe. You were open to transformation. Perhaps you were even seeking it. And they recognized that hunger. Not to feed it. To use it. That's how they hook you. Not by force. Not by deceit. But by giving you a taste of what you desperately wanted to feel. And once you've tasted it, walking away becomes unbearable. So they give you the high picture. You imagine what they draw lines of control. It begins by making you believe you were not just hollow-worshipping your truth tastes of disappointment. It's not about change forever, it feels like prediction. You think. It thrives. It's not just love. It convinced in subtle assumptions, manipulation survives, they made to believe something different symbolically, you think you're no longer. You begin ask yourself again. Your reflection is not love. You believe in anything. You feel isolated. You don't wire you. It plays the masterfully formed by the user emotional manipulation sneaks. You were not love. You were not the myth. Not love. Always. Not love forever. It shapes your worldview is not just love. It begins with love. It leads you not just an illusion. It teaches you to see. It's not just about seducing you with affection. It's about creating a collapse afterward that makes staying easier than leaving. It's about constructing a golden age of attention so brightly polished that any deviation feels like decay. And once they've burned that image into your brain, they vanish it. Withdraw it. Replace it with silence, confusion, or outright neglect. And now, you chase the return of something you were never meant to lose in the first place. But the deeper horror? You begin doing it to yourself. You start repeating the cycle internally. You sabotage closeness before it fades. You romanticize the love you once feared abandonment from. You unconsciously recreate the push-pull dynamic so you never feel grounded. And worst of all, you blame yourself for falling for it again. To heal, you must confront the rhythm that controls you. You must recognize the pattern before it repeats. Before you throw yourself into another relationship, another ideology, another job that promises peace but delivers instability. You must sit in the silence between the highs and remind yourself, you are not broken. You are not cursed. You are not defective. You are simply primed to believe that love feels like intensity. And intensity doesn't always mean healing. Real love nourishes. Real connection soothes. Real growth stabilizes. And real affection doesn't disappear overnight without explanation. So break the cycle. Stop running after the echo of affection masked as adoration. Stop rebuilding the same structure with different bricks. Because the moment you stop mistaking turbulence for passion is the moment you finally step into calm. That is where healing begins. Trick 54, the placebo effect. When belief becomes biology. You believe you make decisions based on facts. On objective reality. On what's measurable, testable, provable, but that belief is a lie dressed in logic. Because your mind does not operate from certainty. It operates from expectation. And expectation, when left unchecked, becomes a force more powerful than truth itself. This is the placebo effect, not just a quirk of medicine or psychology, but a mechanism of control so deeply embedded in human perception that it can change biology with just a whisper of belief. It begins subtly. Not with deception. Not with clear lies. But with suggestion. With the architecture of trust. With the weight of authority behind someone's voice. Imagine being told that something will help you heal. Something small. Something symbolic. A pill. A ritual. A phrase repeated often enough until it feels like a cure. You take it, not because you understand its mechanics, but because you hope. Because you want to believe. Because somewhere inside, belief isn't just a psychological stance. It is a prayer. And then, unexpectedly, you begin to feel better. Not necessarily because the thing worked. But because your brain responded to the idea of healing as if it had already happened. Your body loosened tension. Your nervous system shifted out of survival mode. Your dopamine lit up pathways of comfort and your pain receded, not through chemistry, but through conviction. That is the placebo effect at its most beautiful, and at its most dangerous. Because here's what no one tells you, the placebo effect doesn't require truth to function. It only requires belief. That means the very mechanism designed to heal you can be used to manipulate you. To create dependency. To manufacture loyalty. To convince you that something is working when it never really had the power to begin with. Think of cult leaders who offer vague promises wrapped in spiritual language. Of marketers who sell emotion under the guise of health. Of abusers who tell you they're the only ones who can soothe your pain, until you start believing them. And the deeper violation? Once you encode that belief into your behavior, even after exposure, it remains. Even if you find out the thing you trusted was empty. Still, your body remembers the relief. Still, your mind clings to the narrative. Still, you may find yourself returning to the illusion because the feeling it created felt too real to ignore. Which raises an uncomfortable question: can belief become more powerful than fact? In many ways, yes. That's why manipulators don't always need proof. They only need to plant expectation deep enough in your nervous system for your own physiology to follow suit. A touch, a word, a gesture, each can be a trigger for transformation. Not because the world changed. Because your brain believed it did. Reclaiming yourself from this manipulation means understanding a fundamental truth: belief is not weakness. It is not betrayal. It is not failure to respond biologically to stories you've been told. What matters is whether those stories were yours to choose. Whether the belief was earned or implanted. Whether the healing came with clarity, or with complicity. So ask yourself. What have I believed to be true simply because I wanted it to be? Who made me think this was real, before showing me it was constructed? Where in my life has the illusion of healing kept me trapped in a cycle of false hope? The answer may surprise you. It may shake your certainty. It may dismantle parts of your worldview. But once you see the scaffold, the structure of influence, you gain the power to walk away from the building entirely. Because the moment you realize how much of your body's response lives in your mind, you stop giving your power away to the illusion. And you start returning it to yourself. Trick 55, Loss Aversion. Why losing hurts more than gaining feels good. You do not fear success. You fear loss. Not the kind that comes suddenly, shattering everything at once, but the slow erosion of what you thought was yours. The quiet slipping away of safety. Of certainty. Of comfort. Of identity. Because deep within the folds of your psyche lies a distortion so primal, so ancient, it governs entire economies, relationships, and belief systems. This is the loss aversion bias, the psychological lever that makes people cling to what hurts simply because letting go feels like dying. Loss aversion is not just about money. It is not only about objects. It is not merely about relationships gone sour, or jobs that drain more than they deliver. It is about identity. About the terror of losing not just what you love, but what you've come to be. Because over time, people identify with what they're afraid to lose. And the moment you attach selfhood to possession, letting go becomes a form of annihilation. Imagine standing at the edge of change. You know the current path is unsustainable. You know the relationship is harming you. You know the job is suffocating your spirit. You know the ideology you've carried no longer fits. And yet, you hesitate. Not because you lack courage. Not because you don't want freedom. But because every version of release feels like collapse. Loss aversion thrives in that hesitation. In that moment of clinging, your brain screams, do not move. Do not shift. Do not surrender anything. And so you stay. Not because you want to. But because staying feels safer than mourning what was never truly whole to begin with. This manipulation shows up everywhere. Smart advertisers don't sell you the promise of gain, they frame their offers around what you stand to lose. Don't miss out. Last chance. Limited slots available. Each phrase triggers the same biological cascade. Your heart races. Your breath tightens. Your hands sweat. And suddenly, the decision isn't about what you gain, it's about what you might regret. Fear of emptiness outweighs the possibility of abundance. In relationships, loss aversion disguises itself as loyalty. As nostalgia. As memory. As history. As shared trauma. As familiarity. And so you stay not because you're loved, but because you've built too much of your sense of self around loving someone who hurt you. You think, I've invested too much to leave now. But what you're really saying is, I've let myself be defined by something that no longer serves me. And the worst part? Once you internalize this fear, it starts making decisions for you. You avoid life-changing opportunities because they mean leaving behind what you already have, even if it barely works. You suppress your voice to keep the peace, even if the peace is illusory. You silence your needs to preserve the illusion of stability, even if that stability has always been fragile. Because the brain evolved to protect you from harm. From danger. From the unknown. And in the absence of data, it assumes the known is safe. Even when it's painful. Even when it bleeds you. Even when it slowly erodes the person you once were. To break free from loss aversion, you must learn to mourn while moving. To allow grief without letting it chain you. To sit with the discomfort of transition without rushing back to the familiar ruins. Real healing begins when you reframe what loss actually means, not deprivation. Not destruction. But rearrangement. Because sometimes, holding on to what no longer fits prevents you from discovering what finally could. So ask yourself. What am I afraid to lose, not because it brings joy, but because it brings identity? Would I still want it if I hadn't spent years investing in it? Could I grow beyond it, or am I mistaking stagnation for safety? The answers may unsettle you. They may crack open the foundation you've walked across for years. But within that crack lies something essential, the space between fear and choice. And once you step into that space, once you stop letting the ghost of what was define where you go next, you reclaim your right to evolve. Even if it means grieving the way things used to be. Trick 56, the power of touch. When skin lies before words ever speak. There is something sacred about human contact. A hand on the shoulder. A kiss on the cheek. A palm pressed gently to yours. These gestures speak volumes without syllables. They bypass culture. Language. Logic. Reaching past all of it, they embed themselves in the nervous system where words cannot go. This is the power of touch, a sensation so profound it can override reason, distort boundaries, and rewrite emotional dynamics in seconds. And when used deliberately, touch becomes one of the most intimate forms of psychological influence ever devised. To be touched is to be seen. To be reached. To be acknowledged in a way that runs deeper than conversation. That's why manipulators use it so skillfully. Not to connect, but to confuse. Not to bond, but to blur. A gentle squeeze of the arm during a tense moment. A comforting embrace before a boundary is set. A brush against the skin when dissent is forming in your throat. And suddenly, your resistance softens. Your skepticism dissolves. Your clarity fogs. Because touch speaks a language older than words. It activates the vagus nerve. Releases oxytocin. Triggers mirror neurons. And in doing so, it creates a false sense of safety. Of bond. Of belonging. Even if the words that accompany it are harmful. Even if the energy beneath it is controlling. Even if the intimacy is transactional. That's the trap. Manipulation through touch rarely announces itself. It doesn't demand. It disarms. It seduces. It uses affection as leverage. It wraps coercion in warmth. It delivers pressure through proximity. And once your body responds, before your mind even catches up, you've already started obeying. Consider the partner who silences your anger with a kiss. The leader who uses physical closeness to reinforce their presence in your life. The therapist who crosses the line with a casual hug. The friend who leans too close during moments of vulnerability. In each case, the message isn't spoken aloud. It's absorbed. It's stored. It's replayed in the subconscious long after the hand has withdrawn. And the deeper horror is this: you often remember the touch more than the words. You carry its imprint. Its warmth. Its weight. And when conflict arises later, you hesitate. Because somewhere inside, your body remembers the contact. And it confuses comfort with connection. Because touch is not neutral. It carries intention. It encodes experience. It shapes the way we interpret closeness long after the moment has passed. And when wielded by someone skilled in influence, it becomes a tool not just of affection, but of subtle domination. So how do you reclaim your body from psychological exploitation? By learning to distinguish between consensual connection and coercive contact. By asking not just, did I say yes? But did I feel free before I said it? By listening to your body when it tenses at the approach of someone who once touched you too strategically. By honoring the instinct to pull away, even if you can't explain why. Because consent should never be confused with compliance. Affection should never be mistaken for approval. And closeness should never override clarity. Real intimacy is not built from touch alone. It is built from mutual respect, from honesty spoken before contact is made. From permission sought not just physically, but emotionally. From boundaries honored as much as affection is given. And once you start recognizing when touch is used not as love, but as leverage, you begin to reclaim your right to decide what is allowed near you, what is permitted to linger, and who gets to be close not just physically, but spiritually. Because your body remembers. Your soul knows. And your intuition speaks not in words, but in warmth, tension, recoil. Listen to it. Trust it. Let it guide you back to safety. Where touch is not a weapon, but a welcome. Trick 57, the foot in the mouth effect. When speech becomes surrender. There is a moment, quiet, often unnoticed, when your mouth moves before your mind has caught up. A slip of truth. A confession framed as accident. A boundary crossed not with hands, but with words. And once spoken, there's no taking them back. That is the foot in the mouth effect, not just about saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, but about how those words become leverage against you long after they've left your lips. It begins without warning. You're in conversation. Maybe it's casual. Maybe it's intimate. But something shifts when you speak outside your usual pattern. When you voice something raw. Something real. Something vulnerable or defiant. Something that contradicts the role you've been playing for years. And suddenly, you regret it, not because it was untrue, but because it now lives in someone else's hands. This is where the manipulation starts, not with a lie, but with the misuse of your own unguarded truth. You weren't forced to say it. No coercion. No pressure. No threat. But once said, once released into air that doesn't belong to you alone, the damage isn't just emotional, it's strategic. Because the foot in the mouth effect doesn't just humiliate. It disarms. It makes you feel exposed. Naked. As if you allowed your armor to crack open. And the manipulator, waiting for this moment, knows exactly what to do with it. They might use silence. Let the words hang until you scramble to cover them with apology. They might repeat the phrase later, casually, at the worst possible time. You said this before. You always end up here. So much for everything you claimed last night. And suddenly, your honesty becomes betrayal. Of yourself. Of them. Of the story you were told to believe. Or worse, they twist it. Reframe what you said into something more damaging than intention. Use your slip not as insight, but as indictment. And once that happens, you begin policing your own speech. Not out of wisdom, but out of fear. Fear of being used again. Fear of being misunderstood on purpose. Fear of speaking so openly that someone hears what you never meant to give away. That's the trap. The foot in the mouth effect doesn't force you to betray yourself, it only waits until you do it willingly. Then captures the moment like a hunter takes a trophy. Because the manipulator doesn't need to control every word you speak. They only need to isolate one. One statement. One confession. One honest admission, and they can build an entire case around it. And the deeper horror? You start doing their work for them. You hold back. You filter. You hesitate. You edit yourself mid-sentence. You learn to live inside a cage of self-censorship because once, long ago, your openness became your undoing. But real healing from this isn't found in silence. It's found in reclaiming your voice. In learning that vulnerability is not weakness, and that truth does not harm unless someone else decides to wield it. You must return to fluidity. To authenticity. To the ability to speak without permission. Without agenda. Without needing approval for what you feel. Because language is yours. Even if someone tried to steal it. Even if someone twisted it. Even if someone turned your words into weapons. Your voice is still sacred. And it must be freed. So let the breath return. Let the rhythm reassert itself. Let the truth rise again, not because you seek punishment, but because you remember what belonging to yourself feels like. And the moment you stop fearing your own words, you regain the power to shape the world with them. Trick 58, the endowment effect. When ownership feels like identity. What turns possession into obsession? What makes people grow fiercely loyal to things they didn't even want at first? Why do we cling to ideas, objects, relationships, and even pain simply because we already have them? This phenomenon cuts deep into the human condition. It is called the endowment effect, the cognitive bias that convinces us our stuff is worth more simply because it's ours. And when weaponized, it becomes a form of psychological imprisonment that few ever name aloud. At its core, the endowment effect reveals a quiet truth: humans are emotionally biased toward ownership. Once something is in your grasp, whether it's a career, a belief system, a relationship, or even a version of yourself, you begin to see it as inherently valuable. Not because of its objective merit, but because of your proximity. Because of your investment. Because of the weight of history pressed into your palm. Manipulators know this. They understand that if they can get you to own something, even briefly, they can make sure you never walk away. Imagine being given a title. Not earned, but handed. You're my favorite. You're the most important person in my life. I can't trust anyone else like I trust you. These statements don't seem harmful. In fact, they feel affirming. But over time, they bind you. Because once you've owned that role, letting go of it feels like losing a part of yourself. This is not loyalty. This is branding. This is not belonging. This is identity capture. This is not love. This is psychological ownership disguised as affection. And once embedded, the endowment effect doesn't just keep you tethered to people, it keeps you bound to behavior. To habits. To beliefs. To stories about who you are. And what you deserve. You find yourself defending the job that drains you, not because it serves you, but because you spent years building it. You justify the partner who harms you, not because the harm is acceptable, but because walking away means admitting you were wrong to stay. You protect the ideology you grew up in, not because it aligns with your soul, but because it formed your foundation. And that's the deeper manipulation, when you mistake familiarity for freedom. When you confuse comfort with choice. When you look at the prison you helped build and tell yourself, I built this with my own hands, so it must mean something. But here's the truth. Ownership does not equal value. Belonging does not erase boundaries. Attachment does not override agency. To break free from the endowment effect, you must allow yourself to grieve the loss of what you thought was yours. You must sit with the sorrow of realizing that some things, some people, some versions of yourself, were never meant to last. But you believed they did. You invested too much. You gave them too much meaning. You assigned them too much permanence. Recovery begins when you ask. Would I still choose this if I didn't already own it? Would I still fight for this if I hadn't already lost pieces of myself in the process? Is my connection rooted in love, or in the illusion of irreplaceability? The answers may unsettle you. They may unravel your certainty. But within that unraveling lies liberation. Letting go is not failure. It is evolution. Because sometimes, the hardest thing to surrender is not the object itself, but what it represented. And when you finally loosen your grip on what no longer serves you, you create space for something truer to arrive. Trick 59, Mind Control. The quiet conquest of thought. You think you are thinking freely. That your beliefs emerge organically. That your choices are shaped by logic, emotion, experience. But what if I told you that your thoughts have been curated? Guided. Filtered. Programmed. Not through violence. Not through force. But through repetition. Through suggestion. Through subtle rearrangements of perception until what you believe feels inevitable. Welcome to mind control, not the dramatic kind depicted in sci-fi conspiracies, not the sinister cult programming whispered under fluorescent lights, but the invisible architecture that shapes how you interpret the world. How you vote. Love. Trust. Argue. React. Walk through life. Mind control doesn't announce itself. It weaves itself into the fabric of culture. Into the rhythms of daily life. Into the voices you hear most. Into the media you consume. Into the expectations you carry. It builds a framework around your thinking long before you even realize there was a frame to begin with. It starts with small adjustments. Language shifts. Emotional cues. Social reinforcement. Over time, your brain begins to move along the tracks installed for it. You assume you're choosing your path. But all the while, you're walking roads that were paved long before you arrived. Think of political propaganda. Advertisers shaping desire. Parents instilling generational trauma. Partners rewriting memory. Teachers reinforcing cultural scripts. Each of these forms of influence is not about brute force, it's about soft intrusion. About making you feel like the idea was yours all along. And that's the brilliance of mind control, it hides behind resonance. Behind alignment. Behind the illusion of autonomy. It doesn't chain your body. It reshapes your cognition. It doesn't take your voice. It steers its direction. It doesn't remove your freedom. It narrows the field of view until escape seems unthinkable. Eventually, you don't even need to be told what to think anymore. Your own mind echoes the language placed inside you long ago. You argue for systems that restrict you. You defend ideologies that burn you out. You punish yourself for desires that deviate from the script. And you call it growth. You call it maturity. You call it evolution. But none of it was chosen. It was absorbed. Rehearsed. Replicated. That's how the most dangerous forms of control operate. Not by telling you what to do. But by making you think you're already aligned. By whispering so gently that you believe the words were your own. By mimicking your inner voice so closely that you mistake it for intuition. But real autonomy is not found in repetition. It's found in disruption. In contradiction. In stepping off the conveyor belt of thought and asking, was that really me thinking, or just the echo of someone else's command? Healing begins when you start listening differently. When you stop assuming that everything in your head was put there by you. When you question not just what you believe, but why you believe it. When you begin to separate inherited thought from lived discovery. Because mind control doesn't always come from outside. Sometimes, it lives inside you. Carried forward from childhood. From culture. From past relationships. From television. From books. From slogans. From silent structures that taught you what was acceptable to feel, what was dangerous to explore, and what reality looked like before you even learned to define it yourself. To dismantle this requires something radical. You must become suspicious of your own certainty. You must allow contradiction. You must invite discomfort. You must stop treating familiar thought as final truth. And you must remember that the moment you feel safe enough to never doubt again, that's when the manipulation tightens its grip. Real intelligence is not found in stability. It lives in inquiry. In rebellion. In the willingness to step beyond the known and into the unknown. Because the mind that belongs to itself is the only one that cannot be controlled. Trick 60, Power of Playing Dumb. When silence becomes strategy. Not all manipulators speak loudly. Some speak less. Or not at all. They don't offer answers. They feign confusion. They act unknowing. Helpless. Lost. Misguided. And in doing so, they shift the balance of power, not through dominance, but through perceived dependence. This is the power of playing dumb, a manipulation tool as old as deception itself, where ignorance is not innocence. It is invitation. Because once someone appears incapable, others rush to fill the gap. Curious. Protective. Eager to guide. To teach. To fix. And in that movement, the manipulator gains control. Not by asserting will, but by withholding it. Not by demanding attention, but by appearing to need it. Not by proving strength, but by embracing weakness. This tactic shows up everywhere. In relationships, where one partner pretends not to understand the other's needs, forcing the speaker to explain, soften, adjust, accommodate. In workplaces, where someone feigns incompetence to avoid accountability or redirect responsibility. In families, where a child acts helpless to pull the parent back into caretaking roles that should have been grown out of long ago. But the true danger emerges in subtlety. Because playing dumb is not about pretending to be stupid. It's about pretending to be unaware of emotional impact. Of social tension. Of interpersonal dynamics. Of consequences. And once that illusion is accepted by others, the stage is set for exploitation. Imagine a partner who says, "I didn't know it would hurt you." Who shrugs when confronted. Who looks surprised when you express anger. Whose eyes widen in false innocence when you reveal the wound they created. And suddenly, you're not angry anymore. You're explaining. Defending. Trying to help them understand. Not challenge them, but change them. That's the genius of this technique. It doesn't provoke resistance. It provokes guidance. Because people don't attack what they see as weak. They rescue it. Even when the weakness is manufactured. Even when the confusion is curated. Even when the ignorance is engineered. And once you begin teaching, from a place of compassion, patience, even desperation, their position solidifies. You invest. You engage. You pour energy into their learning process. You feel responsible for their awakening. For their evolution. For their healing. Which is precisely what they counted on. Because the moment you begin fixing them, you stop questioning them. Playing dumb doesn't just disarm confrontation, it disorients clarity. It makes victims feel confused. Makes aggressors feel innocent. Turns conflict into coaching. Converts discomfort into explanation. It doesn't demand compliance, it invites instruction. And instruction becomes obligation. And the deeper sabotage? You begin to believe it was your fault. That you failed to communicate clearly. That you misread them. That maybe you're the one who misunderstood. Because the manipulator played confusion so well that you started believing your own rage was misplaced. Your pain was exaggerated. Your truth was unbalanced. So how do you reclaim yourself? By refusing the role of teacher when the student is faking the struggle. By allowing silence to remain suspicious instead of sacred. By recognizing that not all confusion deserves your energy. By understanding that sometimes the illusion of ignorance is a mask for cruelty. Because playing dumb is not about learning. It's about holding power through pretended helplessness. It's about reversing roles so subtly that you start feeling like the abuser when all you did was try to help. Real ignorance deserves compassion. Manufactured ignorance exploits it. And the moment you stop trying to educate someone who doesn't want to understand, is the moment you regain your right to be seen. To be heard. To be respected. Without having to prove it first.